Section 1 of The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. Cinderella's Slippers by Hugh C. Ware. Part 1. 1. Raymond Renick might have been going to his wedding instead of to his death. Spick and span in a new spring suit, he paused just outside the broad-arched gates of the Duffield estate and drew his silver cigarette case from his pocket. A self-satisfied smile flashed across his face as he struck a match and inhaled the fragrant odor of the tobacco. It was good tobacco, very good tobacco, and Senator Duffield's private secretary was something of a judge. For a moment Renick lingered. It was a day to banish uncomfortable thoughts, to smooth the rough edges of a man's problems and burdens. As the secretary glanced up at the soft blue sky, the reflection swept his mind that his own future was as free from clouds. It was a pleasing reflection. Perhaps the cigarette, perhaps the day helped to deepen it, as he swung almost jauntily up the winding driveway towards the square white house, commanding the terraced lawn beyond. Just ahead of him a maple tree, standing alone, rustled gaily in its spring foliage like a woman calling attention to her new finery. It was all so fresh and beautiful and innocent. Renick felt a tingling thrill in his blood. Unconsciously he tossed away his cigarette. He reached the rustling maple and passed it. From behind the gnarled trunk a shadow darted. A figure sprang at his shoulders, with the long blade of a dagger awkwardly poised. There was a flash of steel in the sunlight. It was perhaps 10 minutes later that they found him. He had fallen face downward at the edge of the driveway, with his body half across the velvet green of the grass. A thin thread of red, creeping from the wound in his breast, was losing itself in the sod. One hand was doubled, as in a desperate effort at defence. His glasses were twisted under his shoulders. Death must have been nearly instantaneous. The dagger had reached his heart at the first thrust. One might have fancied an expression of overpowering amazement in the staring eyes. That was all. The weapon had caught him squarely on the left side. He had evidently whirled toward the assassin almost at the instant of the blow. Whether in the second left him of life he had recognized his assailant, and the recognition had made his death-blow the quicker and the surer, were questions that only deepened the horror of the noonday crime. As though to emphasize the hour, the mahogany clock in Senator Duffield's library rang out its 12 monotonous chimes as John Dorrance, his valet, beat sharply on the door. The echo of the nervous tattoo was lost in an unanswering silence. Dorrance repeated his knock before he brought an impatient response from beyond the panels. "Can you come, sir?" The valet burst out. "Something awful has happened, sir. It's... The door was flung open. A ruddy-faced man with thick white hair and grizzled moustache, and the hints of a nervous temperament showing in his eyes and voice, sprang into the hall. Somebody once remarked that Senator Duffield was Mark Twain's double. The senator took the comparison as a compliment, perhaps because it was a woman who made it. Dorrance seized his master by the sleeve, which loss of dignity did more to impress the senator with the gravity of the situation than all of the servant's excitable words. "Mr. Renick, sir, has been stabbed, sir, on the lawn, and Miss Beth, sir." Senator Duffield staggered against the wall. The valet's alarm swerved to another channel. "Shall I get the brandy, sir?" "Brandy?" the senator repeated vaguely. The next instant, as though grasping the situation anew, he sprang down the hall, with the skirts of his frock-coat flapping against his knees. At the door of the veranda he whirled. "Get the doctor on the phone, Dorrance. Redfield, if Scott is out, let him know it's a matter of minutes. And, Dorrance—" "Yes, sir." "Tell the telephone girl that, if this leaks to the newspapers, I will have the whole office discharged." A shifting group on the edge of the lawn with that strange sense of awkwardness which sudden death brings, showed the scene of the tragedy. The circle fell back as the senator's figure appeared. On the grass, Renick's body still lay where it had fallen, suggesting a skater who has ignominiously collapsed on the ice rather than a man stabbed to the heart. The group had been wondering at the fact in whispered monosyllables. A kneeling girl was bending over the secretary's body. It was not until Senator Duffield had spoken her name twice that she glanced up. In her eyes was a grief so wild that for a moment he was held dumb. "Come, Beth," he said gently, "this is no place for you." At once the white-faced girl became the central figure of the situation. If she heard him, she gave no sign. The senator caught her shoulder and pushed her slowly away. One of the woman servants took her arm. Curiously enough, the two were the only members of the family that had been called to the scene. The senator swung on the group with a return of his aggressiveness. "Someone who can talk fast and to the point, tell me the story. Burke, you have a ready tongue. How did it happen?" The groom, a much-tanned young fellow in his early 20s, touched his cap. "I don't know, sir. No one knows. Mr. Renick was lying here, stabbed, when we found him. He was already dead." "But surely there was some cry, some sound of a scuffle?" The groom shook his head. "If there was, sir, none of us heard it. We all liked Mr. Renick, sir. I would have gone through fire and water if he needed my help. If there had been an outcry loud enough to reach the stable, I would have been there on the jump." "Do you mean to tell me that Renick could have been struck down in the midst of 15 or 20 people with no one the wiser? It's ridiculous, impossible." Burke squared his shoulders with an almost unconscious suggestion of dignity. "I'm telling you the truth, sir." The senator's glance dropped to his secretary's body, and he looked up with a shudder. Then, as though with an effort, his eyes returned to the huddled form, and he stood staring down at the dead man, with a frown knitting his brow. Once he jerked his head toward the gardener with a curt question. "Who found him?" Jenkins shambled forward uneasily. "I did, sir. I hope you don't think I disturbed the body." The senator shrugged his shoulder impatiently. He did not raise his head again until the sound of a motor in the driveway woke the attention. The surgeon had arrived. Almost at the same time there was a cry from Jenkins. The gardener stood perhaps a half a dozen yards from the body, staring at an object hidden in the grass at his feet. He stooped and raised it. It was a woman's slipper. As a turn of his head showed him the eyes of the group turned in his direction, he walked across to Senator Duffield, holding his find at arm's length, as though its dainty outlines might conceal an added nest. The slipper was of black suede, high-heeled and slender, tied with a broad black ribbon. One end of the ribbon was broken and stained as though it had tripped its owner. On the thin sole were cakes of the peculiar red clay of the driveway. It might have been unconscious magnetism that caused the senator suddenly to turn his eyes in the direction of his daughter. She was swaying on the arm of the servant. Throwing off the support of the woman, she took 2 quick steps forward, with her hand flung out as though to tear the slipper from him. And then, without a word, she fell prone on the grass. 2. The telephone in my room must have been jangling a full moment before I struggled out of my sleep and raised myself to my elbow. It was with a feeling of distinct rebellion that I slipped into my kimono and slippers and shuffled across to the sputtering instrument in the corner. From 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening I had been on racking duty in the Farragut poison trial, and the belated report of the wrangling jury, at an hour which made any sort of meal impossible until after 10, had left me worn out physically and mentally. I glanced at my watch as I snapped the receiver to my ear. It lacked barely 15 minutes of midnight, an unearthly hour to call a woman out of bed, even if she is past the age of sentimental dreams. "Well?" I growled. A laugh answered me at the other end of the wire. I would have slung the receiver back to the hook and myself back to bed had I not recognized the tones. There is only one person in the world, excepting the tyrant at our city editor's desk, who would arouse me at midnight. But I had thought this person separated from me by 1,200 miles of ocean. "Madeleine Mack!" I gasped. The laughter ceased. "Madeleine Mack it is," came back the answer, now reduced to a tone of decorous gravity. "Pardon my merriment, Nora, the mental picture of your huddled form." "But I thought you in Jamaica," I broke in, now thoroughly awake. "I was, until Saturday. Our steamer came out of quarantine at 4 o'clock this afternoon. As it develops, I reached here at the psychological moment." I kicked a rocker to my side and dropped into it with a rueful glance at the rumpled sheets of the bed. With Madeleine Mack at the telephone at midnight, only one conclusion was possible, and such a conclusion shattered all thoughts of sleep. "Have you read the evening dispatches from Boston, Nora?" "I have read nothing, except the report of the Farragut jury," I returned crisply. "Why?" "If you had, you would perhaps divine the reason of my call. I have been retained in the Renick murder case. I am taking the 1:30 sleeper for Boston. I secured our berths just before I telephoned." "Our berths?" "I am taking you with me. Now that you are up, you may as well dress and ring for a taxicab. I will meet you at the Roanoke Hotel." "But," I protested, "don't you think—" "Very well. If you don't care to go, that settles it." "Oh, I will be there," I said with an air of resignation. 10 minutes to dress and 15 minutes for the taxi." "I will add 5 minutes for incidentals," Madeleine replied, and hung up the receiver. The elevator boy at the Occident, where I had my modest apartment, had become accustomed to the strange hours and strange visitors of a newspaper woman during my 3 years' residence. He opened the door with a grin of sympathy as the car reached my floor. As though to give more active expression to his feelings, he caught up my bag and gave it a place of honor on his own stool. "Going far?" he queried as I alighted at the main corridor. "I may be back in 24 hours, and I may not be back for 24 days," I answered cautiously. I knew Madeleine Mack. As I waited for the whir of the taxicab, I appropriated the evening paper on the night clerk's desk. The Renick murder case had been given a 3-column head on the front page. If I had not been so absorbed in the Farragut trial, it could not have escaped me. I had not finished the headlines, however, when the taxi, with a promptness almost uncanny, rumbled up to the curb. I threw myself back against the cushions, switched on the electric light, and spread my paper over my knee, as the chauffeur turned off towards Fifth Avenue. The story was well written and had made much of a few facts. Trust my newspaper instinct to know that. I had expected a fantastic puzzle, when it could spur Madeleine into action within 6 hours after her landing, but I was hardly anticipating a problem such as I could read between rather than in the lines of type before me. Long before the Roanoke loomed into view, I had forgotten my lost sleep. The identity of Raymond Rennick's assassin was as baffling as in the first moments of the discovery of the tragedy. There had been no arrests, nor hint of any. From the moment when the secretary had turned into the gate of the Duffield yard until the finding of his body, all trace of his movements had been lost as effectually as though the darkness of midnight had enveloped him instead of the sunlight of moon. More than 10 minutes could not have elapsed between his entrance into the grounds and the discovery of his murder, perhaps not more than 5, but they had been sufficient for the assassin to effect a complete escape. There was not even the shadow of a motive. Raymond Renick was one of those few men who seem to be without an enemy. In an official capacity, his conduct was without a blemish. In a social capacity, he was admittedly one of the most popular men in Brookline, among both sexes. Rumor had it, apparently on unquestioned authority, that the announcement of his engagement to Beth Duffield was to have been an event of the early summer. This fact was in my mind as I stared out into the darkness. On a sudden impulse I opened the paper again. From an inside page, the latest photograph of the senator's daughter, taken at a fashionable Boston studio, smiled up at me. It was an excellent likeness as I remembered her at the inaugural ball the year before. a wisp of a girl, with a mass of black hair, which served to emphasize her frailness. I studied the picture with a frown. There was a sense of familiarity in its outlines which certainly our casual meeting could not explain. Then, abruptly, my thoughts flashed back to the crowded courtroom of the afternoon, and I remembered. In the prisoner's dock I saw again the figure of Beatrice Farragut, slender, fragile, her white face, her sombre gown, her eyes fixed like those of a frightened lamb on the jury which was to give her life or death. She poisoned her husband, had Buster whispered comments at my shoulders during the weary weeks of the trial. She couldn't harm a butterfly. Like a mocking echo, the tones of the foreman had sounded the answering verdict of murder in the first degree. And in New York this meant... Why had Beatrice Farragut suggested Beth Duffield? Or was it Beth Duffield who had suggested... I crumpled the paper into a heap and tossed it from the window in disgust at my morbid imagination. Brr! And yet they say that a New York newspaper woman has no nerves. A voice hailed us from the darkness, and a white-gowned figure sprang out onto the walk. As the chauffeur brought the machine to a halt, Madeleine Mack caught my hands. Her next two actions were thoroughly characteristic. Whirling to the driver, she demanded shortly, "How soon can you make the Grand Central Station?" The man hesitated. "Can you give me 20 minutes?" "Just. We will leave here at 1 sharp. You will wait, please." Having thus disposed of the chauffeur, Madeleine never gave a thought to the matter of expense. She seized my arm and pushed me through the entrance of the Roanoke as nonchalantly as though we had parted 6 hours before instead of 6 weeks. "I hope you enjoyed Jamaica," I ventured. "Did you read the evening papers on the way over?" she returned as easily as though I had not spoken. "One," I answered shortly. Madeleine's habit of ignoring my queries grated most uncomfortably at times. "Then you know what has been published concerning the case?" I nodded. "I imagine that you can add considerable." "As a matter of fact, I know less than the reporters." Madeleine threw open the door of her room. "You have interviewed Senator Duffield on several occasions, have you not, Nora? You might say on several delicate occasions, if you cared to. You can tell me, then, whether the senator is in the habit of polishing his glasses when he is in a nervous mood?" A rather superior smile flashed over my face. "I assure you that Senator Duffield never wears glasses on any occasion." Something like a chuckle came from Madeleine. "Perhaps you can do as well on another question. You will observe in these newspapers 4 different photographs of the murdered secretary. Naturally, they bear many points of similarity. They were all taken in the last 3 years, but they contain one feature in common which puzzles me. Does it impress you in the same way?" I glanced at the group of photographs doubtfully. 3 of them were obviously newspaper snapshots, taken of the secretary while in the company of Senator Duffield. The 4th was a reproduction of a conventional cabinet photograph. They showed a clean-shaven, well-built young man of 30 or thereabouts, tall, and I should say inclined to athletics. I turned from the newspaper to Madeleine with a shrug. "I'm afraid I don't quite follow you," I admitted ruefully. "There is nothing at all out of the ordinary in any of them that I can catch." Madeleine carefully clipped the pictures and placed them under the front cover of her black morocco notebook. As she did so, a clock chimed the hour of 1. We both pushed back our chairs. As we stepped into the taxicab, Madeleine tapped my arm. "I wonder if Raymond Renick polished his glasses when he was nervous," she asked musingly. 3. Boston, from the viewpoint of the South Station, at 7:30 in the morning, suggested me a rheumatic individual climbing stiffly out of bed. Boston distinctly resents anything happening before noon. I'll wager that nearly every important event that she has contributed in history occurred after lunchtime. If Madeleine Mack had expected to have to find her way to the Duffield home without a guide, she was pleasantly disappointed. No less a person than the senator himself was awaiting us at the train gate. A somewhat disheveled senator, it must be confessed, with the stubble of a day-old beard showing eloquently how his peace of mind and the routine of his habits had been shattered. As he shook hands with us, he made an obvious attempt to recover something of his ease of manner. "I trust that you had a pleasant night's rest," he ventured, as he led the way across the station to his automobile. "Much pleasanter than you had, I fear," replied Madeleine. The senator sighed. "As a matter of fact, I found sleep hopeless. I spent most of the night with my cigar. The suggestion of meeting your train came as a really welcome relief." As we stepped into the waiting motor, a leather-lunged newsboy thrust a bundle of heavy-typed papers into our faces. The senator whirled with a curt dismissal on his tongue, when Madeleine thrust a coin towards the lad and swept a handful of flapping papers into her lap. "There is absolutely nothing new in the case, Miss Mac, I assure you," the senator said impatiently. "The reporters have pestered me like so many leeches. The sight of the headlines makes me shiver." Madeleine bent over her papers without comment. As I settled into the seat by her side, however, and the machine whirred around the corner, I saw that she was not even making a pretense of reading. I watched her with a frown as she turned the pages. There was no question of her interest, but it was not the type that held her attention. I doubted if she was perusing a line of the closely set columns. It was not until she reached the last paper that I solved the mystery. It was the illustrations that she was studying. When she finished the heap of papers, she began slowly and even more thoughtfully to go through them again. Now I saw that she was pondering the various photographs of Senator Duffield's family that the newspapers had published. I turned away from her bent form and tapping finger, but there was a magnetism of her abstraction that forced my eyes back to her in spite of myself. As my gaze returned to her, she thrust her gloved hand into the recesses of her bag, and drew out her black morocco notebook. From its pages she selected the 4 newspaper pictures of the murdered secretary that she had offered me the night before. With a twinkle of satisfaction she grouped them about a large, black-bordered picture which stared up at her from the printed page in her lap. Our ride to the Duffield gate was not a long one. In fact, I was so absorbed by my furtive study of Madeleine Mac that I was startled when the chauffeur slackened his speed, and I realized from a straightening of the senator's bent shoulders that we were nearing our destination. At the edge of the driveway, a quietly dressed man in a grey suit, who was strolling carelessly back and forth from the gate to the house, eyed us curiously as we passed, and touched his hat to the senator. I knew at once he was a detective. Trust a newspaper woman to spot a plain-clothes man, even if he has left his police uniform at home. Madeleine did not look up, and the senator made no comment. As we stepped from the machine, a tall girl with severe, almost classical features and a profusion of nut-brown hair which fell away from her forehead without even the suggestion of a ripple, was awaiting us. "My daughter, Maria," Senator Duffield announced formally. Madeleine stepped forward with extended hand. It was evident that Miss Duffield had intended only a brief nod. For an instant she hesitated, with a barely perceptible flush. Then her fingers dropped limply into Madeleine Mac's palm. I chuckled inwardly at the ill grace with which she did it. "This must be a most trying occasion for you," Madeleine said with a note of sympathy in her voice which made me stare. Effusiveness of any kind was so foreign to her nature that I frowned as we followed our host into the wide front drawing-room. As we entered by one door, a black-gowned, white-haired woman, evidently Mrs. Duffield, entered by the opposite door. In spite of the reserve of the society leader, whose sway might be said to extend to 3 cities, she darted an appealing glance at Madeleine Mac that melted much of the newspaper cynicism with which I was prepared to greet her. Madeleine crossed the room to her side and spoke a low sentence that I did not catch, as she took her hand. I found myself again wondering at her unwonted friendliness. She was obviously exerting herself to gain the good will of the Duffield household. Why? A trim maid, who stared at us as though we were museum freaks, conducted us to our rooms, adjoining apartments at the front of the 3rd floor. The identity of Madeleine Mac had already been noised through the house, and I caught a saucer-eyed glance from a second servant as we passed down the corridor. If the atmosphere of suppressed curiosity was embarrassing my companion, however, she gave no sign of the fact. Indeed, we had hardly time to remove our hats when the breakfast gong rang. The family was assembling in the old-fashioned dining-room when we entered. In addition to the members of the domestic circle whom I had already indicated, my attention was at once caught by two figures who entered just before us. One was a young woman whom it did not need a second glance to tell me was Beth Duffield. Her white face and swollen eyes were evidence enough of her overwrought condition, and I caught myself speculating why she had left her room. Her companion was a tall, slender young fellow with just the faintest trace of a stoop in his shoulders. As he turned towards us, I saw a handsome, though self-indulgent face, to a close observer suggesting evidences of more dissipation than was good for its owner. And, if the newspaper stories of the doings of Fletcher Duffield were true, the facial index was a true one. If I remembered rightly, Senator Duffield's son more than once had made prim old Boston town rub her spectacled eyes at the tales of his escapades. Fletcher Duffield bowed rather abstractedly as he was presented to us, but during the eggs and chops he brightened visibly, and put several curious questions to Madeleine as to her methods of work, which enlivened what otherwise would have been a rather dull half-hour. As the strokes of 9 rang through the room, my companion pushed her chair back. "What time is the coroner's inquest, Senator?" Mr. Duffield raised his eyebrows at a change in her attitude. "It is scheduled for 11 o'clock." "And when do you expect Inspector Taylor of headquarters?" "In the course of an hour, I should say, perhaps less. His man, Martin, has been here since yesterday afternoon. You probably saw him as we drove into the yard. I can telephone Mr. Taylor if you wish to see him sooner." "That will hardly be necessary, thank you." Madeleine walked across to the window. For a moment she stood peering out on the lawn. Then she stopped, and her hand fumbled with the catch. The window swung open with the noiselessness of well-oiled hinges, and she stepped out onto the veranda, without so much as a glance at the group about the table. I think the Senator and I rose from our chairs at the same instant. When we reached the window, Madeleine was half across the lawn. Perhaps 20 yards ahead of her towered a huge maple rustling in the early morning breeze. I realized that this was the spot where Raymond Renick had met his death. In spite of his nervousness, Senator Duffield did not forget his old-fashioned courtliness, which I believe had become second nature to him. Stepping aside with a slight bow, he held the window open for me, following at my shoulder. As we reached the lawn, I saw that the scene of the murder was in plain view from at least one of the principal rooms of the Duffield home. Madeleine was leaning against the maple when we reached her. Senator Duffield said gravely, as he pointed to the gnarled trunk, "You are standing just at the point where the woman waited, Miss Mac." "Woman?" "I refer to the assassin," the Senator rejoined a trifle impatiently. "Judging by our fragmentary clues, she must have been hidden behind the trunk when poor Renick appeared on the driveway. We found her slippers somewhat to the left of the tree, a matter of 8 or 10 feet, I should say." "Oh!" said Madeleine listlessly. I fancied that she was somewhat annoyed that we had followed her. "An odd clue, that slipper," the Senator continued with an obvious attempt to maintain the conversation. "If we were disposed to be fanciful, it might suggest the childhood legend of Cinderella." Madeleine did not answer. She stood leaning back against the tree with her eyes wandering about the yard. Once I saw her gaze flash down the driveway to the open gate, where the detective, Martin, stood watching us furtively. "Nora," she said without turning, "will you kindly walk 6 steps to your right?" I knew better than to ask the reason for the request. With a shrug, I faced toward the house, and came to a pause at the end of the stipulated distance. "Is Miss Norriker standing where Mr. Rennick's body was found, Senator?" "She will strike the exact spot, I think, if she takes 2 steps more." I had hardly obeyed the suggestion when I caught a swift rustle of skirts behind me. I whirled to see Madeleine's lithe form darting towards me with her right hand raised, as though it held a weapon. "Good!" she cried. "I call you to witness, Senator, that I was fully 6 feet away when she turned. Now, I want you to take Miss Norriker's place. The instant you hear me behind you, the instant, mind you, I want you to let me know." She walked back to the tree, as the Senator reluctantly changed places with me. I could almost picture the murderess dashing upon her victim as Madeleine bent forward. The Senator turned his back to us with a rather ludicrous air of bewilderment. My erratic friend had covered perhaps half of the distance between her and our host when he spun about with a cry of discovery. She paused with a long breath. "Thank you, Senator. What first attracted your attention to me?" "The rustle of your dress, of course." Madeleine turned to me with the first smile of satisfaction I had seen since we entered the Duffield gate. "Was the same true in your case, Nora?" I nodded. The fact that you are a woman hopelessly betrayed you, if you had not been hampered by petticoats. Madeleine broke in upon my sentence with that peculiar freedom which she always reserves to herself. "There are 2 things I would like to ask of you, Senator, if I may." "I am at your disposal, I assure you." "I would like to borrow a Boston directory and the services of a messenger." We walked slowly up the driveway, Madeleine again relapsing into her preoccupied silence, and Senator Duffield making no effort to induce her to speak. End of Cinderella's Slippers by Hugh C. Ware, Part 1. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 24th of September, 2012. Section 2 of The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. Cinderella's Slippers by Hugh C. Ware. Part 2. 4. We had nearly reached the veranda when there was the sound of a motor at the gate, and a red touring car swept into the yard. An elderly, clean-shaven man in a long frock coat and a broad-brimmed felt hat was sharing the front seat with the chauffeur. He sprang to the ground with extended hand as our host stepped forward to greet him. The two exchanged half a dozen low sentences at the side of the machine, and then Senator Duffield raised his voice as they approached us. "Miss Mack, allow me to introduce my colleague, Senator Burrows." "I have heard of you, of course, Miss Mack," the Senator said genially, raising his broad-brimmed hat with a flourish. "I am very glad indeed that you are able to give us the benefit of your experience in this unfortunate affair. I presume that it is too early to ask if you have developed a theory?" "I wonder if you would allow me to reverse the question," Madeleine responded as she took his hand. "I fear that my detective ability would hardly be of much service to you, Duffield?" Our host smiled faintly as he turned to repeat to a servant Madeleine's request for a directory and a messenger. Senator Burrows folded his arms as his chauffeur circled on towards the garage. There was an odd suggestion of nervousness in the whole group. Or was it fancy? "Have you ever given particular study to the legal angle in your cases, Miss Mack?" The question came from Senator Burrows as we ascended the steps. "The legal angle? I'm afraid I don't grasp your meaning." The Senator's hand moved mechanically towards his cigar case. "I am a lawyer, and perhaps I argue unduly from a lawyer's viewpoint. We always work from the question of motive, Miss Mack. A professional detective, I believe, or at least the average professional detective, tries to find the criminal first and establish his motive afterwards." "Now, in a case such as this, Senator—" "In a case such as this, Miss Mack, the trained legal mind would delve first for the motive in Mr. Renick's assassination." "And your legal mind, Senator, I presume, has delved for the motive?" Has it found it?" The senator turned his unlighted cigar reflectively between his lips. "I have not found it. Eliminating the field of sordid passion and insanity, I divide the motives for the murderer under three heads: robbery, jealousy, and revenge. In the present case, I eliminate the first possibility at the outset, there remaining then only the two latter." "You are interesting. You forget, however, a fourth motive, the strongest spur to crime in the human mind." Senator Burrows took his cigar from his mouth. "I mean the motive of fear." Madeleine said abruptly, as she swept into the house. When I followed her, Senator Burrows had walked over to the railing and stood staring down at the ground below. He had tossed his cigar away. In the room where we had breakfasted, one of the stable boys stood awkwardly awaiting Madeleine Mack's orders, while John Dorrance, the valet, was just laying a city directory on the table. "Nora," she said as she turned to the boy, "will you kindly look up the list of packing houses?" "Pick out the largest and give me the address," she continued as I ran my fingers through the closely typed pages. With a growing curiosity, I selected a firm whose prestige was advertised in heavy letters. Madeleine's fountain pen scratched a dozen lines across a sheet of her notebook, and she thrust it into an envelope and extended it to the stable lad. As the youth backed from the room, Senator Duffield appeared at the window. "I presume it will be possible for me to see Mr. Renick's body, Senator?" Madeleine Mack asked. Our host bowed. "Also, I would like to look at his clothes. The suit he was wearing at the time of his death, I mean. And, when I am through, I want 20 or 30 minutes alone in his room. If Mr. Taylor should arrive before I am through, will you kindly let me know?" "I can assure you, Miss Mack, that the police have been through Mr. Rennick's apartment with the microscope." "Then there can be no objection to my going through it with mine. By the way, Mr. Rennick's glasses, the pair that was found under his body, were packed with his clothes, were they not?" "Certainly," the senator responded. I did not accompany Madeleine into the darkened room where the corpse of the murdered man was reposing. To my surprise, she rejoined me in less than 5 minutes. "What did you find?" I queried as we ascended the stairs. "A 5-inch cut just above the 6th rib." "That is what the newspaper said." "You are mistaken. They said a 3-inch cut. Have you ever tried to plunge a dagger through 5 inches of human flesh?" "Certainly not." "I have." Accustomed as I was to Madeleine Mack's eccentricities, I stood stock still and stared into her face. "Oh, I'm not a murderess. I refer to my dissecting room experiences." We had reached the upper hall when there was a quick movement at my shoulder, and I saw my companion's hand dart behind my waist. Before I could quite grasp the situation, she had caught my right arm in a grip of steel. For an instant I thought she was trying to force me back down the stairs. Then the force of her hold wrung a low cry of pain from my lips. She released me with a rueful apology. "Forgive me, Nora. For a woman, I pride myself that I have a strong wrist." "Yes, I think you have." "Perhaps now you can appreciate what I mean when I say that even I haven't the strength enough to inflict a wound that killed Raymond Renick." "Then we must be dealing with an Amazon." "Would Cinderella's missing slipper fit an Amazon?" she answered dryly. As she finished her sentence we paused before a closed door, which I rightly surmised led into the room of the murdered secretary. Madeleine's hand was on the knob when there was a step behind us, and Senator Duffield joined us with a rough bundle in his hands. "Mr. Rennick's clothes," he explained. Madeleine nodded. "Inspector Taylor left them in my care to hold until the inquest." Madeleine flung the door open without comment and led the way inside. Slipping the string from the bundle, she emptied the contents out onto the counterpane of the bed. They comprised the usual warm weather outfit of a well-dressed man, who evidently avoided the extremes of fashion, and she deftly sorted the articles into small, neat piles. She glanced up with an expression of impatience. "I thought you said they were here, Mr. Duffield." "What?" "Mr. Rennick's glasses. Where are they?" Senator Duffield fumbled in his pocket. "I beg your pardon, Miss Mack. I had overlooked them. He apologized, as he produced a thin paper parcel. Madeleine carried it to the window and carefully unwrapped it. "You will find the spectacles rather badly damaged, I fear. One lens is completely ruined." Madeleine placed the broken glasses on the sill, and raised the blind to its full height. Then she dropped to her knees and whipped out her microscope. When she arose, her small, black-clad figure was tense with suppressed excitement. A fat oak chiffonier stood in the corner nearest her. Crossing to its side, she rummaged among the articles that littered its surface, opened and closed the top drawer, and stepped back with an expression of annoyance. A writing-table was the next point of her search, with results which I judged to be equally fruitless. She glanced uncertainly from the bed to the 3 chairs, the only other articles of furniture that the room contained. Then her eyes lighted again as they rested on the broad, carved mantel that spanned the empty fireplace. It held the usual collection of bric-a-brac of a bachelor's room. At the end farthest from us, however, there was a narrow red case, of which I caught only an indistinct view when Madeleine's hand closed over it. She whirled towards us. "I must ask you to leave me alone now, please." The senator flushed at the peremptory command. I stepped into the hall, and he followed me, with a shrug. He was closing the door when Madeleine raised her voice. "If Inspector Taylor is below, kindly send him up at once." "And what about the inquest, Miss Mac?" "There will be no inquest. To-day." Senator Duffield led the way downstairs, without a word. In the hall below, a ruddy-faced man, with grey hair, a thin grey beard and moustache, and a grey suit, suggesting any army officer in civilian clothes, was awaiting us. I could readily imagine that Inspector Taylor was something of a disciplinarian in the Boston Police Department. Also, relying on Madeleine Mack's estimate, he was one of the 3 shrewdest detectives on the American continent. Senator Duffield hurried toward him with a suggestion of relief. "Miss Mack is upstairs, Inspector, and requested me to send you to her the moment you arrived." "Is she in Mr. Renick's room?" The senator nodded. The inspector hesitated as though to ask another question, and then, as though thinking better of it, bowed and turned to the stairs. Inspector Taylor was one of those few policemen who had the honor of being numbered among Madeleine Mack's personal friends, and I fancied that he welcomed the news of her arrival. Fletcher Duffield was chatting somewhat aimlessly with Senator Burrows as we sauntered out into the yard again. None of the ladies of the family were visible. The plain-clothes man was still lounging disconsolately in the vicinity of the gate. There was a sense of unrest in the scene, a vague expectancy. Although no one voiced the suggestion, we might all have been waiting to catch the first clap of distant thunder. As Senator Duffield joined the men, I wandered across to the dining-room window. I fancied the room was deserted, but I was mistaken. As I faced about toward the driveway, a low voice caught my ear from behind the curtains. "You are Miss Mack's friend, are you not? No, don't turn around, please." But I had already faced towards the open door. At my elbow was a white-capped maid, with her face almost as white as her cap, whom I remembered to have seen at breakfast. "Yes, I am Miss Mack's friend. What can I do for you?" "I have a message for her. Will you see that she gets it?" "Certainly." "Tell her that I was at the door of Senator Duffield's library the night before the murder." My face must have expressed my bewilderment. For an instant I fancied the girl was about to run from the room. I stepped through the window and put my arm about her shoulders. She smiled faintly. "I don't know much about the law, and evidence, and that sort of thing, and I am afraid. You will take care of me, won't you?" "Of course I will, Anna. Your name is Anna, isn't it?" The girl was rapidly recovering her self-possession. "I thought you ought to know what happened Tuesday night. I was passing the door of the library. It was fairly late, about 10 o'clock, I think, when I heard a man's voice inside the room. It was a loud, angry voice, like that of a person in a quarrel. Then I heard a second voice, lower and much calmer." "Did you recognize the speaker?" "They were Mr. Renick and Senator Duffield." I caught my breath. "You said one of them was angry. Which was it?"
"Oh, it was the senator. He was very much excited and worked up. Mr. Renick seemed to be speaking very low."
"What were they saying, Anna?" I tried to make my tones careless and indifferent, but they trembled in spite of myself.
"I couldn't catch what Mr. Renick said. The senator was saying some dreadful things. I remember he cried, 'You swindlers!' And then a bit later, 'I have evidence that should put you and your thieving crew behind the bars.' I think that is all. I was too bewildered to—"
A stir on the lawn interrupted the sentence. Madeleine Mack and Inspector Taylor had appeared. At the sound of their voices, the girl broke from my arm and darted toward the door. Through the window I heard the inspector's heavy tones, as he announced curtly: "I am telephoning the coroner, Senator, that we are not ready for the inquest today. We must postpone it until tomorrow." 5. The balance of the day passed without incidents. In fact, I found the subdued quiet of the Duffield home becoming irksome as evening fell. I saw little of Madeleine Mack. She disappeared shortly after luncheon behind the door of her room, and I did not see her again until the dressing bell rang for dinner. Senator Duffield left for the city with Mr. Burrows at noon, and his car did not bring him back until dark. The women of the family remained in their apartments during the entire day, nor could I wonder at the fact. A morbid crowd of curious sightseers was massed about the gates almost constantly, and it was necessary to send a call for 2 additional policemen to keep them back. In spite of the vigilance, frequent groups of newspaper men managed to slip into the grounds, and, after half a dozen experiences in frantically dodging a battery of cameras, I decided to stick to the shelter of the house. It was a feeling of distinct relief that I heard the door of Madeleine's room open and her voice calling to me to enter. I found her stretched on a lounge before the window, with a mass of pillows under her head. "Been asleep?" I asked. "No. To tell the truth, I've been too busy." "What? In this room?" "This is the first time I've been here since noon." "Then where—" "Nora, don't ask questions." I turned away with a shrug that brought a laugh from the lounge. Madeleine rose and shook out her skirts. I sat watching her as she walked across to the mirror and stood patting the great golden masses of her hair. A low tap on the door interrupted her. Dorrance, the valet, stood outside as she opened it, extending an envelope. Madeleine fumbled it as she walked back. She let the envelope flutter to the floor, and I saw that it contained only a blank sheet of paper. She thrust it into her pocket without explanation. "How would you like a long motor ride, Nora?" "For business or pleasure?" "Pleasure. The day's work is finished. I don't know whether you agree with me or not, but I am strongly of the opinion that a whirl out under the elms of Cambridge, and then on to Concord and Lexington, would be delightful in the moonlight. What do you say?" The clock was hovering on the verge of midnight, and the household had retired when we returned. Madeleine was in singularly cheery spirits. The low refrain which she was humming as the car swung into the grounds, Schubert's Serenade, I think it was, ceased only when we stepped onto the veranda and realized that we were entering the house of the dead. I turned off my lights in silence, and glanced undecidedly from the bed to the rocker by the window. The cool night breeze beckoned me to the latter, and I drew the chair back a pace and cuddled down among the cushions. The lawn was almost silver under the flood of moonlight, recalling vaguely the sweep of the ocean on a midsummer night. Back and forth along the edge of the gate the figure of a man was pacing like a tired sentinel. It was the plain-clothes officer from headquarters. His figure suggested a state of siege. He might have been surrounded by a skulking enemy. Or was the enemy within, and the sentinel stationed to prevent his escape? I stumbled across to the bed and to sleep, with the question echoing oddly through my brain. When I opened my eyes, the sun was throwing a yellow shaft of light across my bed, but it wasn't the sun that had awakened me. Madeleine was standing in the doorway, dressed, with an expression on her face which brought me to my elbow. "What has happened now?" Burglars. Burglars? I repeated dully. I am going down to the library. Someone is making news for us fast, Nora. When will it be our turn? I dressed in recording-breaking time, with my curiosity whetted by sounds of suppressed excitement, which forced their way into the upper hall. The Duffield home not only was early astir, but was rudely jarred out of its customary routine. When I descended, I found a nervous group of servants clustered about the door of the library. They stood aside to let me pass, with attitudes of uneasiness which I surmised would mean a wholesale series of notices if the strange events in the usual well-regulated household continued. Behind the closed door of the library were Senator Duffield, his son Fletcher, and Madeleine Mack. It was easy to appreciate at a glance the unusual condition of the room. At the right, one of the long windows, partly raised, showed the small, round hole of a diamond cutter just over the latch. It was obvious where the clandestine entrance and exit had been obtained. The most noticeable feature of the apartment, however, was a small square safe in the corner, with its heavy lid swinging awkwardly ajar, and the rug below littered with a heap of papers that had evidently been torn from its nearly tabulated series of drawers. The burglarious hands either had been very angry or very much in a hurry. Even a number of unsealed envelopes had been ripped across, as though the pillager had been too impatient to extract their contents in the ordinary manner. To a man of Senator Duffield's methodical habits, it was easy to imagine that the scene had been a severe wrench. Madeleine was speaking in her quick, incisive tones as I entered. "Are you quite sure of that fact, Senator?" she asked sharply, as I closed the door and joined the trio. "Quite sure, Miss Mack." "Then nothing is missing. Absolutely nothing." "Not a single article, valuable or otherwise." "I presume, then, there were articles of more or less value in the safe?" "There were perhaps $400 in loose bills in my private cash drawer, and, so far as I know, there is not a dollar gone." "How about your papers and memoranda?" The Senator shook his head. "There was nothing of the slightest use to a stranger. As a matter of fact, just 2 days ago I took pains to destroy the only portfolio of valuable documents in the safe." Madeleine stooped thoughtfully over the litter of papers on the rug. "You mean 3 evenings ago, don't you?" "How on earth, Miss Mack?" "You refer to the memoranda that you and Mr. Renick were working on the night before his death, do you not?" "Of course." And then I saw Senator Duffield was staring at his curt questioner as though he had said something he hadn't meant to. "I think you told me once before that the combination of your safe was known only to yourself and Mr. Renick." "You are correct." "Then, to your knowledge, you are the only living person who possesses this information at the present time?" "That is the case. It was a rather intricate combination, and we changed it hardly a month ago." Madeleine rose from the safe, glanced reflectively at a huge leather chair, and sank into its depths with a sigh. "You say nothing has been stolen, Senator, that the burglar's visit yielded him nothing. For your peace of mind I would like to agree with you, but I am sorry to inform you that you are mistaken." "Surely, Miss Mack, you are hasty. I am confident that I have searched my possessions with the utmost care." "Nevertheless, you have been robbed." Senator Duffield glanced down at her small, lithe figure impatiently. "Then perhaps you will be good enough to tell me of what my loss consists." "I refer to the article for which your secretary was murdered. It was stolen from this room last night." Had the point of a dagger pressed against Senator Duffield's shoulder, he could not have bounded forward in greater consternation. His composure was shattered like a pane of glass crumbling. He sprang toward the safe with a cry like a man in sudden fear or agony. Jerking back its door, he plunged his hand into its lower left compartment. When he straightened, he held a long wax phonograph record. His dismay had vanished in a quick blending of relief and anger, as his eyes swept from the cylinder to the grave figure of Madeleine Mack. "I fail to appreciate your joke, Miss Mack, if you call it a joke to frighten a man without cause as you have me." "Have you examined the record in your hand, Senator?" Fletcher Duffield and I stared at the two. There was a suggestion of tragedy in the scene as the impatience and irritation gradually faded from the senator's face. "It is a substitute," he groaned. "A substitute! I have been tricked, victimized, robbed!" He stood staring at the wax record as though it were a heated iron burning into his flesh. Suddenly it slipped from his fingers and was shattered on the floor. But he did not appear to notice the fact as he burst out. "Do you realize that you are standing here inactive while the thief is escaping? I don't know how your wit surprised my secret, and I don't care now, but you are throwing away your chances of stopping the burglar while he may be putting miles between himself and us. Are you made of ice, woman? Can't you appreciate what this means? In the name of heaven, Miss Mac!" "The thief will not escape, Mr. Duffield." "It seems to me that he has already escaped." "Let me assure you, Senator, that your missing property is as secure as though it were locked in your safe at this moment." "But do you realize that, once a hint of its nature is known, it will be almost worthless to me?" "Better perhaps than you do. So well that I pledge myself to return it to your hands within the next half hour." Senator Duffield took 3 steps forward, until he stood so close to Madeleine that he could have reached over and touched her on the shoulder. "I am an old man, Miss Mac, and the last 2 days have brought me almost to a collapse. If I have appeared unduly sharp, I tender you my apologies. But do not give me false hopes. Tell me frankly that you cannot encourage me. It will be a kindness. You will realize that I cannot blame you." Senator Duffield's imperious attitude was so broken that I could hardly believe it possible that the same man who ruled a great political party, almost by the swaying of his fingers, was speaking. Madeleine caught his hand with a grasp of assurance. "I will promise even more." She snapped open her watch. "If you return to this room at 9 o'clock, not only will I restore your stolen property, but I will deliver the murderer of Raymond Renick." "Renick's murderer!" the senator gasped. Madeleine bowed. "In this room at 9 o'clock." I think I was the first to move toward the door. Fletcher Duffield hesitated a moment, staring at Madeleine. Then he turned and hurried past me down the hall. His father followed more slowly. As he closed the door, I saw Madeleine standing where we had left her, leaning back against her chair and staring at a woman's black slipper. It was the one which had been found by Raymond Rennick's dead body. I made my way mechanically toward the dining room, and was surprised to find that the members of the Duffield family were already at the table. With the exception of Madeleine, it was the same breakfast group as the morning before. In another house, this attempt to maintain the conventions in the face of tragedy might have seemed incongruous, but it was so thoroughly in keeping with the self-contained Duffield character that, after the first shock, I realized it was not at all surprising. I fancy that we all breathed a sigh of relief, however, when the meal was over. We were rising from the table when a folded note, addressed to the senator, was handed to the butler from the hall. He glanced through it hurriedly and held up his hand for us to wait. "This is from Miss Mac. She requests me to have all of the members of the family, and those servants who have furnished any evidence in connection with murder," the senator winced as he spoke the word, "to assemble in the library at 9 o'clock. I think that we owe it both to ourselves and to her to obey her instructions to the letter. Perkins, will you kindly notify the servants?" As it happened, Madeleine's audience in the library was increased by 2 spectators she had not named. The tooting of a motor sounded without, and the tall figure of Senator Burrows met us as we were leaving the dining room. Senator Duffield took his arm with a glance of relief and explained the situation as he forced him to accompany us. 6. In the library we found for the first time that Madeleine was not alone. Engaged in a low conversation with her, which ceased as we entered, was Inspector Taylor. He had evidently been designated as the spokesman of the occasion. "Is everybody here?" he asked. "I think so," Senator Duffield replied. "There are really only 5 of the servants who count in the case." Madeleine's eyes flashed over this circle. "Close the door, please, Mr. Taylor. I think you had better lock it also." "There are 14 persons in this room," she continued, "counting, of course, Inspector Taylor, Miss Norriker, and myself. We may safely be said to be outside the case. There are then 11 persons here connected in some degree with the tragedy. It is in this list of 11 that I have searched for the murderer. I am happy to tell you that my search has been successful." Senator Duffield was the first to speak. "You mean to say, Miss Mack, that the murderer is in this room at the present time?" "Correct." "Then you accuse one of this group of dealing the blow which killed your secretary, and, later, of plundering your safe." Inspector Taylor moved quietly to a post between the two windows. Escape from the room was barred. I darted a stealthy glance around the circle in an effort to surprise a trace of guilt in the faces before me, and was startled to find my neighbors engaged in the same furtive occupation. Of the woman of the family, the senator's wife had compressed her lips as though, as the mistress of the house, she felt the need of maintaining her composure in any situation. Maria was toying with her bracelet, while Beth made no effort to conceal her agitation. Senator Burrows was studying the pattern of the carpet with a face as inscrutable as a mask. Fletcher Duffield was sitting back in his chair, his hands in his pockets. His father was leaning against the locked room, his eyes flashing from face to face. With the exceptions of Dorrance, the valet, and Perkins, the butler, who I do not think would have been stirred out of their stolidness had the ceiling fallen, the servants were in an utter panic. 2 of the maids were plainly bordering on hysterics. Such was the group that faced Madeleine in the Duffield library. One of the number was a murderer, whom the next 10 minutes were to brand as such. Which was it? Instinctively my eyes turned again toward the 3 women of the Duffield family, as Madeleine walked across to a portière which screened a corner of the apartment. Jerking it aside, she showed, suspended from a hook in the ceiling, a quarter of fresh veal. On an adjoining stand was a long, thin-bladed knife, which might have been a dagger, ground to a razor edge. Madeleine held it before her as she turned to us. "This is the weapon which killed Mr. Renick." I fancied I heard a gasp as she spoke. Although I whirled almost on the instant, however, I could detect no signs of it in the faces behind me. "I propose to conduct a short experiment, which I assure you is absolutely necessary to my chain of reasoning," Madeleine continued. "You may or may not know that the body of a calf practically offers the same degree of resistance to a knife as the body of a man. Dead flesh, of course, is harder and firmer than living flesh, but I think that, adding the thickness of clothes, we may take it for granted that the quarter of veal before us we have a fair substitute for the body of Raymond Renick. Now watch me closely, please." Drawing back her arm, she plunged her knife into the meat with a force which sent it spinning on its hook. She drew the knife out and examined it reflectively. "I have made a cut of only a little more than 3½ inches. The blow which killed Mr. Renick penetrated at least 5 inches. Here we encounter a singular striking feature of our case, involving a stratagem which I think I can safely say is the most unique in my experience. To all intents it was a woman who killed Mr. Renick. In fact, it has been taken for granted that he met his death at the hand of a female assassin. We must dispose of this conclusion at the outset, for the simple reason that it was physically impossible for a woman to have dealt the death blow." I chanced to be gazing directly at Fletcher Duffield as Madeleine made the statement. An expression of such relief flashed into his face that instinctively I turned about and followed the direction of his glance. His eyes were fixed on his sister, Beth. Madeleine deposited a knife on the stand. "Indeed, I may say there are few men, perhaps not 1 in 10, with a wrist strong enough to have dealt Mr. Rennick's death blow," she went on. "There is only one such person among the 14 in this room at the present time. Again, you will recall that the wound was delivered from the rear, just as Mr. Renick faced about in his own defense. Had he been attacked by a woman, he would have heard the rustle of her dress several feet before she possibly could have reached him. I think you will recall my demonstration of that fact yesterday morning, Mr. Duffield? Obviously, then, it is a man whom we must seek, if we would find the murderer of your secretary, and a man of certain peculiar characteristics. Two of these I can name now. He possessed a wrist developed to an extraordinary degree, and he owned feet as small and shapely as a woman's. Otherwise, the stratagem of wearing a woman's slippers and leaving one of them near the scene of the crime to divert suspicion from himself would never have occurred to him. Again I thought I heard a gasp behind me, but its owner escaped me a second time. There was a third marked feature among the physical characteristics of the murderer. He was near-sighted, so much so that it was necessary for him to wear glasses of the kind known technically as a double lens. Unfortunately for the assassin, when his victim fell, the latter caught the glasses in his hand, and they were broken under his body. The murderer may have been thrown into a panic, and feared to make the time to recover his spectacles, but it was a fatal blunder. Fortune, however, might have helped him even then in spite of this fact, for those who found the body fell into the natural error of considering the glasses to be the property of the murdered man. Had it not been for two minor details, this impression might never have been contradicted. Madeleine held up a packet of newspaper illustrations. Several of them I recognized as the pictures of the murdered secretary that she had shown me at the Roanoke. The others were also photographs of the same man. If Mr. Renick hadn't been fond of having his picture taken, the fact that he never wore glasses on the street might not have been noticed. None of his pictures, not even the snapshots, showed a man in spectacles. It is true that he possessed a pair, and it is here where those who discovered the crime went astray. But they were for reading purposes only, the kind termed a .125 lens, while those of his assailant were a .210 lens. The clinch of the matter, I later found Mr. Rennick's own spectacles in his room, where he had left them the evening before. Madeleine held up the red leather case she had found on the mantelpiece, and tapped it musingly as she gave a slight nod to Inspector Taylor. We have now the following description of the murderer: a slenderly built man, with an unusual wrist, possibly an athlete at one time, who possesses a foot capable of squeezing into a woman's shoe, and who is handicapped by near-sightedness. Is there an individual in this room to whom this description applies?" There was a new glitter in Madeleine's eyes as she continued. "Through the co-operation of Inspector Taylor, I am enabled to answer this question. Mr. Taylor has traced the glasses of the assassin to the optician who gave the prescription for them. I am not surprised to find that the owner of the spectacles tallies with the owner of these other interesting articles." With the words, she whisked from the stand at her elbow the long, narrow-bladed dagger and a pair of soiled black suede slippers. There was a suggestion of grotesque unreality about it all. It was much as though I had been viewing the denouement of a play from the snug vantage point of an orchestra seat, waiting for the lights to flare up and the curtain to ring down. A shriek ran through my ears, jarring me back to the realization that I was not a spectator, but a part of the play. A figure darted toward the window. It was John Dorrant, the valet. The next instant Inspector Taylor threw himself on the fleeing man's shoulders, and the two went to the floor. "Can you manage him?" Madeleine called. "Unless he prefers cold steel through his body to cold steel about his wrist," was the rejoinder. "I think you may dismiss the other servants, Senator," Madeleine said. "I wish, however, that the family would remain a few moments." As the door closed again, she continued: "I promised you also, Senator, the return of your stolen property. I have the honor to make that promise good." From her stand, which was rapidly assuming the proportions of a conjurer's table, she produced a round, brown paper parcel. "Before I unwrap this, have I your permission to explain its contents?" "As you will, Miss Mac." Perhaps the most puzzling feature of the tragedy is the motive. It is this parcel which supplies us with the answer. Your secretary, Mr. Duffield, was an exceptional young man. Not only did he repeatedly resist bribery such as comes to few men, but he gave his life for his trust. At any time since this parcel came into his possession he could have sold it for a fortune. Because he refused to sell it, he was murdered for it. Perhaps every reader of the newspapers is more or less familiar with Senator Duffield's investigations of the ravages of a certain great trust. A few days ago the senator came into possession of evidence against the combine of such a drastic nature that he realized it would mean nothing less than the annihilation of the monopoly, imprisonment for the chief officers, and a business sensation such as this country has seldom known. Once the officers of the trust knew of this evidence, however, they would be forearmed in such a manner that its value would be largely destroyed. The evidence was a remarkable piece of detective work. It consisted of a phonographic record of a secret directors' meeting, laying bare the inmost depredations of the corporation. Madeleine paused as the handcuffed valet showed signs of a renewed struggle. Inspector Taylor without comment calmly snapped a second pair of bracelets about his feet. The trust was shrewd enough to appreciate the value of a spy in the Duffield home. Dorrance was engaged for the post, and from what I have learned of his character he filled it admirably. How he stumbled on Senator Duffield's latest coup is immaterial. The main point is that he tried to bribe Mr. Renick so persistently to betray his post that the latter threatened to expose him. Partly in the fear that he would carry out his threat, and partly in the hope that he carried memoranda which might lead to the discovery of the evidence that he sought, Dorrance planned and carried out the murder. In the secretary's pocket he discovered the combination of the safe, and made use of it last night. I found the stolen phonograph record this morning behind the register of the furnace pipe in Dorrance's room. I had already found that this was his cachet, containing the dagger which killed Renick and the second of Cinderella's slippers. The pair was stolen some days ago from the room of Miss Beth Duffield. The swirl of the day was finally over. Dorrance had been led to his cell. The coroner's jury had returned its verdict, and all that was mortal of Raymond Renick had been laid in its last resting place. Madeleine and I had settled ourselves in the homeward bound Pullman as it rumbled out of the Boston station in the early dusk. "There are two questions I want to ask," I said reflectively. Madeleine looked up from her newspaper with a yawn. "Why did John Dorrance bring you back a blank sheet of paper when you dispatched him on your errand? As a matter of fact, there was nothing else for him to bring back. Mr. Taylor kept him at police headquarters long enough to give me time to carry my search through his room. The message was a blind." "And what was the quarrel that the servant girl, Anna, heard in the Duffield library?" "It wasn't a quarrel, my dear girl. It was the senator preparing the speech with which he intended to launch his evidence against the trust. The senator is in the habit of dictating his speeches to a phonograph. Some of them, I am afraid, are rather fiery." End of Cinderella's Slippers, by Hugh C. Ware, Part 2. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 6th of October, 2012.
Section 3 of The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, The Nameless Man, by Rodriguez Ottolenghi. Mr. Barnes was sitting in his private room with nothing of special importance to occupy his thoughts, when his office boy announced a visitor. "What name?" asked Mr. Barnes. "None," was the reply. "You mean," said the detective, "that the man did not give you his name? He must have one, of course. Show him in." A minute later the stranger entered, and bowing courteously began the conversation at once. "Mr. Barnes, the famous detective, I believe?" said he. "My name is Barnes," replied the detective. "May I have the pleasure of knowing yours?" "I sincerely hope so," continued the stranger. "The fact is, I suppose I have forgotten it." "Forgotten your name?" Mr. Barnes scented an interesting case, and became doubly attentive. "Yes," said the visitor, "that is precisely my singular predicament. I seem to have lost my identity. That is the object of my call. I wish you to discover who I am. As I am evidently a full-grown man, I can certainly claim that I have a past history, but to me that past is entirely blank. I awoke this morning in this condition, yet apparently in possession of all my faculties, so much so that I at once saw the advisability of consulting a first-class detective, and upon inquiry I was directed to you. Your case is most interesting from my point of view. I mean, to you, of course, it must seem unfortunate, yet it is not unparalleled. There have been many such cases recorded, and for your temporary relief I may say that, sooner or later, complete restoration of memory usually occurs. But now let us try to unravel your mystery as soon as possible, that you may suffer as little inconvenience as there need be. I would like to ask you a few questions." "As many as you like. I will do my best to answer." "Do you think that you are a New Yorker?" "I have not the least idea whether I am or not." "You say you were advised to consult me. By whom?" "The clerk at the Waldorf Hotel, where I slept last night." "Then, of course, he gave you my address. Did you find it necessary to ask him how to find my offices?" "Well, no, I did not." "That seems strange, does it not? I certainly had no difficulty in coming here. I suppose that must be a significant fact, Mr. Barnes." "It tends to show that you've been familiar with New York. But we must still find out whether you live here or not. How did you register at the hotel?" "M.J.G. Remington, City." "You are quite sure that Remington is not your name?" "Quite sure. After breakfast this morning I was passing through the lobby when the clerk called me twice by that name. Finally, one of the hall boys touched me on the shoulder and explained that I was wanted at the desk. I was very much confused to find myself called Mr. Remington, a name which certainly is not my own. Before I fully realized my position, I said to the clerk, 'Why do you call me Remington?' And he replied, 'Because you registered under that name.' I tried to pass it off, but I'm sure that the clerk looks upon me as a suspicious character." "What baggage have you with you at the hotel?" "None, not even a satchel." "May there not be something in your pockets that would help us? Letters, for example?" "I am sorry to say that I've made a search in that direction, but found nothing. Luckily I did have a pocketbook, though." "Much money in it?" "In the neighborhood of $500. Mr. Barnes turned to his table and made a few notes on a pad of paper. While so engaged, his visitor took out a fine gold watch, and after a glance at the face, was about to return it to his pocket, when Mr. Barnes wheeled around in his chair and said, "That's a handsome watch you have there, of a curious pattern, too. I'm rather interested in old watches." The stranger seemed confused for an instant, and quickly put up his watch, saying, "There's nothing remarkable about it, merely an old family relic. I value it more for that than anything else. But about my case, Mr. Barnes, how long do you think it will take to restore my identity to me? It's rather awkward to go about under a false name." "I should think so," said the detective. "I will do my best for you, but you've given me absolutely no clue to work upon, so that it's impossible to say what my success will be. Still, I think 48 hours should suffice. At least in that time I ought to have made some discoveries for you. Suppose you call me again on the day after tomorrow at noon precisely. Will that suit you?" "Very well indeed. If you can tell me who I am at that time, I shall be more than convinced that you are a great detective, as I have been told." He arose and prepared to go, and upon the instant Mr. Barnes touched a button under his table with his foot, which caused a bell to ring in a distant part of the building, no sound of which penetrated the private office. Thus anyone could visit Mr. Barnes in his den, and might leave unsuspicious of the fact that a spy would be awaiting him out on the street, who would shadow him persistently day and night until recalled by his chief. After giving the signal, Mr. Barnes held his strange visitor in conversation a few minutes longer, to allow his spy opportunity to get to his post. "How will you pass the time away, Mr. Remington?" said he. "We may as well call you by that name until I find your true one." Yes, I suppose so. As to what I shall be doing during the next 48 hours, why, I think I may as well devote myself to seeing the sights. It is a remarkably pleasant day for a stroll, and I think I will visit your beautiful Central Park. A capital idea. By all means, I would advise occupation of that kind. It would be best not to do any business until your memory is restored to you. Business? Why, of course, I can do no business. No, if you were to order any goods, for example, under the name of Remington, later on, when you resume your proper identity, you might be arrested as an impostor. By George, I had not thought of that. My position is more serious than I had realized. I thank you for the warning. Sightseeing will assuredly be my safest plan for the next 2 days. I think so. Call at the time agreed upon, and hope for the best. If I should need you before then, I will send to your hotel. Then, saying good morning, Mr. Barnes turned to his desk again, and as the stranger looked at him before stepping out of the room, the detective seemed engrossed with some papers before him. Yet scarcely had the door closed upon the retreating form of his recent visitor, when Mr. Barnes looked up with an air of expectancy, and a moment later a very tiny bell in a drawer of his desk rang, indicating that the man had left the building, the signal having been sent to him by one of his employees, whose business it was to watch all departures and notify his chief. A few moments later, Mr. Barnes himself emerged, clad in an entirely different suit of clothing, and with such alteration in the color of his hair that more than a casual glance would have been required to recognize him. When he reached the street, the stranger was nowhere in sight, but Mr. Barnes went to a doorway opposite, and there he found written in blue pencil the word "Up," whereupon he walked rapidly uptown as far as the next corner, where once more he examined a doorpost upon which he found the word "Right," which indicated the way the men ahead of him had turned. Beyond this he could expect no signals, for the spy shadowing the stranger did not know positively that his chief would take part in the game. The 2 signals which he had written on the doors were merely a part of a routine, and intended to aid Mr. Barnes should he follow. But if he did so, he would be expected to be in sight of the spy by the time the second signal was reached, and so it proved in this instance. For as Mr. Barnes turned the corner to the right, he easily discerned his man about 2 blocks ahead, and presently was near enough to see Remington also. The pursuit continued until Mr. Barnes was surprised to see him enter the park, thus carrying out his intention as stated in his interview with the detective. Entering at the Fifth Avenue gate, he made his way towards the menagerie, and here a curious incident occurred. The stranger had mingled with the crowd in the monkey house, and was enjoying the antics of the mischievous little animals, when Mr. Barnes, getting close behind him, deftly removed a pocket handkerchief from the tail of his coat, and swiftly transferred it to his own. On the day following, shortly before noon, Mr. Barnes walked quickly into the reading room of the Fifth Avenue Hotel. In one corner there is a handsome mahogany cabinet containing 3 compartments, each of which is entered through double doors, having glass panels in the upper half. About these panels are draped yellow silk curtains, and in the center of each appears a white porcelain numeral. These compartments are used as public telephone stations, the applicant being shut in so as to be free from the noise of the outer room. Mr. Barnes spoke to the girl in charge, and then passed into the compartment numbered 2. Less than 5 minutes later, Mr. Leroy Mitchell came into the reading room. His keen eyes peered about him, scanning the countenances of those busy with the papers or writing. And then he gave the telephone girl a number, and went into the compartment numbered 1. About 10 minutes elapsed before Mr. Mitchell came out again, and having paid the toll, he left the hotel. When Mr. Barnes emerged, there was an expression of extreme satisfaction upon his face. Without lingering, he also went out, but instead of following Mr. Mitchell through the main lobby to Broadway, he crossed the reading room and reached 23rd Street through the side door. Thence he proceeded to the station of the elevated railroad and went uptown. 20 minutes later He was ringing the bell of Mr. Mitchell's residence. The Buttons, who answered his summons, informed him that his master was not at home. "He usually comes in to luncheon, however, does he not?" asked the detective. "Yes, sir," responded the boy. "Is Mrs. Mitchell at home?" "No, sir." "Miss Rose?" "Yes, sir." "Ah, then I'll wait. Take my card to her." Mr. Barnes passed into the luxurious drawing-room and was soon joined by Rose, Mr. Mitchell's adopted daughter. "I am sorry papa is not at home, Mr. Barnes," said the little lady, "but he will surely be in to luncheon if you will wait." "Yes, thank you, I think I will. It is quite a trip up, and being here I may as well wait a while and see your father, though the matter is not of any great importance." "Some interesting case, Mr. Barnes? If so, do tell me about it. You know I am almost as interested in your cases as papa is." "Yes, I know you are, and my vanity is flattered. But I am sorry to say that I have nothing on hand at present worth relating. My errand is a very simple one. Your father was saying a few days ago that he was thinking of buying a bicycle, and yesterday, by accident, I came across a machine of an entirely new make, which seems to me superior to anything yet produced. I thought he might be interested to see it before deciding what kind to buy." "I'm afraid you're too late, Mr. Barnes. Papa had bought a bicycle already." "Indeed? What style did he choose?" "I really do not know, but it is down in the lower hall if you care to look at it." "It is hardly worth while, Miss Rose. After all, I have no interest in the new model, and if your father has found something that he likes, I won't even mention the other to him. It might only make him regret his bargain. Still, on second thoughts, I will go down with you, if you'll take me into the dining room and show me the head of that moose which your father has been bragging about killing. I believe it has come back from the taxidermist's." "Oh, yes, he is just a monster. Come on." They went down to the dining room, and Mr. Barnes expressed great admiration for the moose's head, and praised Mr. Mitchell's skill as a marksman. But he had taken a moment to scrutinize the bicycle which stood in the hallway, while Rose was opening the blinds in the dining room. Then they returned to the drawing room, and after a little more conversation, Mr. Barnes departed, saying that he could not wait any longer, but he charged Rose to tell her father that he particularly desired him to call at noon on the following day. Promptly, at the time appointed, Remington walked into the office of Mr. Barnes and was announced. The detective was in his private room. Mr. Leroy Mitchell had been admitted but a few moments before. "Ask Mr. Remington in," said Mr. Barnes to his boy, and when that gentleman entered, before he could show surprise at finding a third party present, the detective said, "Mr. Mitchell, this is the gentleman whom I wish you to meet. Permit me to introduce you to Mr. Mortimer J. Goldie, better known to the sporting fraternity as G. Mortimer, the champion short-distance bicycle rider who recently rode a mile in the phenomenal time of 1.36 on a 3-lap track." As Mr. Barnes spoke, he gazed from one to the other of his companions with a half-quizzical and wholly pleased expression on his face. Mr. Mitchell appeared much interested, but the newcomer was evidently greatly astonished. He looked blankly at Mr. Barnes a moment, then dropped into a chair with the query, "How in the name of conscience did you find that out?" "That much was not very difficult," replied the detective. "I can tell you much more. Indeed, I can supply your whole past history, provided your memory has been sufficiently restored for you to recognize my facts as true." Mr. Barnes looked at Mr. Mitchell and winked one eye in a most suggestive manner, at which that gentleman burst into hearty laughter, finally saying, "We may as well admit that we are beaten, Goldie. Mr. Barnes has been too much for us." "But I want to know how he has done it," persisted Mr. Goldie. "I have no doubt that Mr. Barnes will gratify you. Indeed, I am as curious as you are to know by what means he has arrived at his quick solution of the problem which we set for him." "I will enlighten you as to detective methods with pleasure," said Mr. Barnes. "Let me begin with a visit made to me by this gentleman 2 days ago." At the very outset his statement aroused my suspicion, though I did my best not to let him think so. He announced to me that he had lost his identity, and I promptly told him that his case was not uncommon. I said that in order that he might feel sure that I did not doubt his tale. But truly His case, if he was telling the truth, was absolutely unique. Men have lost recollection of their past, and even have forgotten their names, but I have never before heard of a man who had forgotten his name and at the same time knew that he had done so. "A capital point, Mr. Barnes," said Mr. Mitchell. "You were certainly shrewd to suspect fraud so early." "Well, I cannot say that I suspected fraud so soon, but the story was so improbable that I could not believe it immediately. I therefore was what I might call analytically attentive during the rest of the interview." The next point worth noting which came out was that, although he had forgotten himself, he had not forgotten New York, for he admitted having come to me without special guidance. "I remember that," interrupted Mr. Goldie, "and I think I even said to you at the moment that it was significant. And I told you that it at least showed that you had been familiar with New York. Now, this was better proven when you said that you would spend the day at Central Park, and when, after leaving here, you had no difficulty in finding your way thither. Do you mean to say that you had me followed? I made sure that no one was after me." "Well, yes, you were followed," said Mr. Barnes with a smile. "I had a spy after you, and I followed you as far as the park myself. But let me come to the other points in your interview and my deductions. You told me that you had registered as Mr. M.J.G. Remington. This helped me considerably, as we shall see presently. A few minutes later you took out your watch, and in that little mirror over my desk, which I use occasionally when I turn my back upon a visitor, I noted that there was an inscription on the outside of the case. I turned and asked you something about the watch, when you hastily returned it to your pocket with the remark that it was an old family relic. Now, can you explain how you could have known that, supposing that you had forgotten who you were?" "Neatly caught, Goldie," laughed Mr. Mitchell. "You certainly made a mess of it there." "It was an asinine slip," said Mr. Goldie, laughing also. "Now then," continued Mr. Barnes, "you readily see that I had good reason for believing that you had not forgotten your name. On the contrary, I was positive that your name was a part of the inscription on the watch. What, then, could be your purpose in pretending otherwise?" "I did not discover that for some time. However, I decided to go ahead and find you out if I could. Next, I noted two things. Your coat opened once, so that I saw pinned to your vest a bicycle badge, which I recognized as the emblem of the League of American Wheelmen." Oh, cried Mr. Mitchell. "Shame on you, Goldie, for a blunderer." "I had entirely forgotten the badge," said Mr. Goldie. "I also observed," the detective went on, "little indentations on the sole of your shoe, as you had your legs crossed, which satisfied me that you were a rider even before I observed the badge. Now then we come to the name and the significance thereof. Had you really lost your memory, the choosing of a name when you registered at the hotel would have been a haphazard matter of no importance to me. But as soon as I decided that you were imposing upon me, I knew that your choice of a name had been a deliberate act of mind, one from which deductions could be drawn." "Ah, now we come to the interesting part," said Mr. Mitchell. "I love to follow a detective when he uses his brains. The name as registered, and I examined the registry to make sure, was odd. 3 initials are unusual. A man without a memory, and therefore not quite sound mentally, would hardly have chosen so many. Then why had it been done in this instance? What more natural than that these initials represented the true name? In assuming an alias, it is the most common method to transpose the real name in some way. At least it was a good working hypothesis. Then the last name might be very significant. Remington. The Remingtons make guns, sewing machines, typewriters, and bicycles. Now this man was a bicycle rider, I was sure. If he chose his own initials as a part of the alias, it was possible that he selected Remington because it was familiar to him. I even imagined that he might be an agent for Remington bicycles, and I had arrived at that point during our interview, when I advised him not to buy anything until his identity was restored. But I was sure of my quarry when I stole a handkerchief from him at the park and found the initials M.J.G. upon the same. "Marked linen on your person!" exclaimed Mr. Mitchell. "Worse and worse. We'll never make a successful criminal of you, Goldie." "Perhaps not. I shan't cry over it." I felt sure of my success by this time," continued Mr. Barnes. "Yet at the very next step I was balked. I looked over a list of LAW members, and could not find a name to fit my initials, which shows, as you will see presently, that, as I may say, too many clues spoil the broth. Without the handkerchief I would have done better. Next I secured a catalogue of the Remingtons, which gave a list of their authorized agents, and again I failed. Returning to my office, I received information from my spy, sent in by messenger, which promised to open a way for me. He had followed you about, Mr. Goldie, and I must say you played your part very well, so far as avoiding acquaintances is concerned. But at last you went to a public telephone and called up someone. My man saw the importance of discovering to whom you had spoken, and bribed the telephone attendant to give him the information. All that he learned, however, was that you had spoken to the public station at the Fifth Avenue Hotel. My spy thought that this was inconsequent, but it proved to be at once that there was collusion, and that your man must have been at the other station by previous appointment. As that was at noon, a few minutes before the same hour on the following day, that is to say, yesterday, I went to the Fifth Avenue Hotel telephone and secreted myself in the middle compartment, hoping to hear what your partner might say to you. I failed in this, as the boxes are too well made to permit sound to pass from one to the other. But imagine my gratification to see Mr. Mitchell himself go into the box. "And why?" asked Mr. Mitchell. "Why, as soon as I saw you, I comprehended the whole scheme. It was you who had concocted the little diversion to test my ability. Thus, at last, I understood the reason for the pretended loss of identity. With the knowledge that you were in it, I was more than ever determined to get at the facts. Knowing that you were out, I hastened to your house, hoping for a chat with little Miss Rose, as the most likely member of your family to get information from." "Oh, fie, Mr. Barnes," said Mr. Mitchell, "to play upon the innocence of childhood. I am ashamed of you." "All's fair, etc. Well, I succeeded. I found Mr. Goldie's bicycle in your hallway, and, as I suspected, it was a Remington. I took the number and hurried down to the agency, where I readily discovered the wheel number 5086 is ridden by G.J. Mortimer, one of their regular racing team. I also learned that Mortimer's private name is Mortimer J. Goldie. I was much pleased at this, because it showed how good my reasoning had been about the alias. For you observe that the racing name is merely a transposition of the family name. The watch, of course, is a prize, and the inscription would have proved that you were imposing upon me, Mr. Goldie, had you permitted me to see it. Of course, that was why I put it back in my pocket. I said just now," said Mr. Barnes, "that without the stolen handkerchief I would have done better. Having it, when I looked over the LAW list, I went through the G's only. Without it, I should have looked through the G's, J's, and M's, not knowing how the letters may have been transposed. In that case, I should have found G.J. Mortimer, and the initials would have proved that I was on the right track." "You have done well, Mr. Barnes," said Mr. Mitchell. "I asked Goldie to play the part of a nameless man for a few days, to have some fun with you. But you've had fun with us, it seems, though I am conceited enough to say that had it been possible for me to play the principal part, you would not have pierced my identity so soon." "Oh, I don't know," said Mr. Barnes. "We are both of us a little egotistical, I fear." "Undoubtedly. Still, if I ever set another trap for you, I will assign myself the chief role." "Nothing would please me better," said Mr. Barnes. "But, gentlemen, as you have lost in this little game, it seems to me that someone owes me a dinner at least." "I'll stand the expense with pleasure," said Mr. Mitchell. "Not at all," interrupted Mr. Goldie. "It was through my blundering that we lost, and I'll pay the piper." "Settle it between you," cried Mr. Barnes. "But let us walk on. I am getting hungry." Whereupon they adjourned to Delmonico's. End of The Nameless Man, by Rodriguez Ottolenghi. Section 4 of The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, The Montezuma Emerald, by Rodriguez Ottolenghi. "Is the inspector in?" Mr. Barnes immediately recognized the voice and turned to greet the speaker. The man was Leroy Mitchell's English valet. Contrary to all precedent and tradition, he did not speak in Cockney dialect, not even stumbling over the proper distribution of the letter H throughout his vocabulary. That he was English, however, was apparent to the ear, because of a certain rather attractive accent, peculiar to his native island, and to the eye because of a deferential politeness of manner, too seldom observed in American servants. He also always called Mr. Barnes Inspector, oblivious of the fact that he was not a member of the regular police, and mindful only of the English application of the word to detectives. "Step right in, Williams," said Mr. Barnes. "What is the trouble?" "I don't rightly know, Inspector," said Williams. "Won't you let me speak to you alone? It's about the master." "Certainly. Come into my private room." He led the way, and Williams followed, remaining standing, although Mr. Barnes waved his hand towards a chair as he seated himself in his usual place at his desk. "Now then," continued the detective, "what's wrong? Nothing serious, I hope?" "I hope not indeed, sir. But the master's disappeared." "Disappeared, has he?" Mr. Barnes smiled slightly. "Now, Williams, what do you mean by that? You didn't see him vanish, eh?" "No, sir, of course not. If you'll excuse my presumption, Inspector, I don't think this is a joke, sir, and you're laughing." "All right, Williams," answered Mr. Barnes, assuming a more serious tone. "I will give your tale my sober consideration. Proceed." "Well, I hardly know where to begin, Inspector, but I'll just give you the facts, without any unnecessary opinions of my own." Williams rather prided himself upon his ability to tell what he called a straight story. He placed his hat on a chair, and standing behind it, with one foot resting on a rung, checked off the points of his narrative as he made them by tapping the palm of one hand with the index finger of the other. "To begin, then," said he, "Mrs. Mitchell and Miss Rose sailed for England Wednesday morning of last week. That same night, quite unexpected, the master says to me, says he, 'Williams, I think you have a young woman you're sweet on down at Newport.' 'Well, sir,' says I do know a person as answers that description, though I must say to you, Inspector, that how he ever came to know it beats me. But that's aside, and digression is not my habit. Well, Williams,' the master went on, 'I shan't need you for the rest of this week, and if you'd like to take a trip to the seashore, I shan't mind standing the expense and letting you go.' Of course I thanked him very much, and I went, promising to be back on Monday morning as directed. And I kept my word, Inspector, though it was a hard wrench to leave the young person last Sunday in time to catch the boat, the moon being bright and everything most propitious for a stroll, it being her Sunday off and all that. But as I said, I kept my word, and was up to the house Monday morning only a little after 7, the boat having got in at 6. I was a little surprised to find that the master was not at home. But then it struck me as how he must have gone out of town over Sunday, and I looked for him to be in for dinner. But he did not come to dinner, nor at all that night. Still, I did not worry about it. It was the master's privilege to stay away as long as he liked, only I could not help thinking I might just as well have had that stroll in the moonlight Sunday night. But when all Tuesday and Tuesday night went by, and no word from the master, I must confess that I got uneasy. And now here it's Wednesday noon and no news, so I just took the liberty to come down and ask your opinion in the matter, seeing as how you are a particular friend of the family, and an inspector to boot." "Really, Williams," said Mr. Barnes, "all I see in your story is that Mr. Mitchell, contemplating a little trip off somewhere with friends, let you go away. He expected to be back by Monday, but, enjoying himself, has remained longer. I hope that's all, sir, and I've tried to think so, but this morning I made a few investigations of my own, and I'm bound to say what I found don't fit that theory." "Ah, you have some more facts. What are they?" "One of them is this cablegram that I found only this morning under a book on the table in the library." He handed a blue paper to Mr. Barnes, who took it and read the following on a cable blank: "Emerald. Danger. Await letter." For the first time during the interview, Mr. Barnes' face assumed a really serious expression. He studied the dispatch silently for a full minute, and then, without raising his eyes, said, "What else?" "Well, Inspector, I don't know that this has anything to do with the affair, but the master had a curious sort of jacket made of steel links, so tight and so closely put together that I've often wondered what it was for. Once I made so bold as to ask him, and he said he, 'Williams, if I had an enemy, it would be a good idea to wear that, because it would stop a bullet or a knife.' And then he laughed and went on, 'Of course, I shan't need it for myself. I bought it when I was abroad once, merely as a curiosity. Now, Inspector, that jacket's disappeared also." "Are you quite sure?" "I've looked from dining room to garret for it. The master's derringer is missing too. It's a mighty small affair, could be held in the hand without being noticed, but it carries a nasty-looking ball." "Very well, Williams. There may be something in your story. I'll look into the matter at once. Meanwhile, go home and stay there, so that I may find you if I want you." "Yes, sir. I thank you for taking it up. It takes a load off my mind to know you're in charge, Inspector. If there's harm come to the master, I'm sure you'll track the party down. Good morning, sir." "Good morning, Williams." After the departure of Williams, the detective sat still for several minutes, lost in thought. He was weighing two ideas. He seemed still to hear the words which Mr. Mitchell had uttered after his success in unraveling the mystery of Mr. Goldie's lost identity. "Next time I will assign myself the chief role," or words to that effect, Mr. Mitchell had said. Was this disappearance a new riddle for Mr. Barnes to solve? If so, of course he would undertake it as a sort of challenge which his professional pride could not reject. On the other hand, the cable dispatch and the missing coat of mail might portend ominously. The detective felt that Mr. Mitchell was somewhat in the position of the fabled boy who cried "Wolf!" so often that when at last the wolf really appeared, no assistance was sent to him. Only Mr. Barnes decided that he must chase the wolf, whether it be real or imaginary. He wished, though, that he knew which. 10 minutes later he decided upon a course of action, and proceeded to a telegraph office, where he found that, as he had supposed, the dispatch had come from the Paris firm of jewelers from which Mr. Mitchell had frequently bought gems. He sent a lengthy message to them, asking for an immediate reply. While waiting for the answer, the detective was not inactive. He went direct to Mr. Mitchell's house, and once more questioned the valet, from whom he obtained an accurate description of the clothes which his master must have worn, only one suit being absent. This fact alone seemed significantly against the theory of a visit to friends out of town. Next, Mr. Barnes interviewed the neighbors, none of whom remembered to have seen Mr. Mitchell during the week. At the 6th house below, however, he learned something definite. Here he found Mr. Mordaunt, a personal acquaintance and member of one of Mr. Mitchell's clubs. This gentleman stated that he had dined at the club with Mr. Mitchell on the previous Thursday, and had accompanied him home in the neighborhood of 11 o'clock, parting with him at the door of his own residence. Since then he had neither seen nor heard from him. This proved that Mr. Mitchell was at home one day after Williams went to Newport. Leaving the house, Mr. Barnes called at the nearest telegraph office and asked whether a messenger summons had reached them during the week from Mr. Mitchell's house. The record slip showed that the last call had been received at 12:30 a.m. on Friday. A cab had been demanded and was sent, reaching the house at 1 o'clock. At the stables, Mr. Barnes questioned the cab driver and learned that Mr. Mitchell had alighted at Madison Square. "But he got right into another cab," added the driver. "It was just a chance I seen him, 'cause he made as if he was going into the Fifth Avenue, but luck was agin 'em, for I'd scarcely gone 2 blocks back when I had to get down to fix my harness, and while I was doing that, who should I see but my fare go by in another cab." "You did not happen to know the driver of that vehicle?" suggested Mr. Barnes. "That's just what I did happen to know. He's always by the square, along the curb by the park. His name's Jerry. You'll find him easy enough, and he'll tell you where he took that fly bird." Mr. Barnes went downtown again, and did find Jerry, who remembered driving a man at that stated time as far as the Imperial Hotel, but beyond that the detective learned nothing, for at the hotel no one knew Mr. Mitchell, and none recollected his arrival early Friday morning. From the fact that Mr. Mitchell had changed cabs and doubled on his track, Mr. Barnes concluded that he was after all merely hiding away for the pleasure of baffling him, and he felt much relieved to divest the case of its alarming aspect. However, he was not long permitted to hold this opinion. At the telegraph office he found a cable dispatch awaiting him, which read as follows: "Montezuma Emerald forwarded Mitchell the 10th. Previous owner murdered, London 11th. Mexican suspected, warned Mitchell." This assuredly looked very serious. Casting aside all thought of a practical joke, Mr. Barnes now threw himself heart and soul into the task of finding Mitchell, dead or alive. From the telegraph office he hastened to the custom house, where he learned that an emerald, the invoiced value of which was no less than $20,000, had been delivered to Mr. Mitchell in person upon payment of the custom duties at noon of the previous Thursday. Mr. Barnes, with this knowledge, thought he knew why Mr. Mitchell had been careful to have a friend accompany him to his home on that night. But why had he gone out again? Perhaps he felt safer at a hotel than at home, and having reached the Imperial, taking 2 cabs to mystify the villain who might be tracking him, he might have registered under an alias. What a fool he had been not to examine the registry, as he could certainly recognize Mr. Mitchell's handwriting, though the name signed would of course be a false one. Back, therefore, he hastened to the Imperial, where, however, his search for familiar chirography was fruitless. Then an idea occurred to him. Mr. Mitchell was so shrewd that it would not be unlikely that, meditating a disappearance to baffle the men on his track, he had registered at the hotel several days prior to his permanently stopping there. Turning the page over, Mr. Barnes still failed to find what he sought, but a curious name caught his eye: Miguel Palma, City of Mexico. Could this be the London murderer? Was this the suspected Mexican? Well, if so, here was a bold and therefore dangerous criminal who openly put up at one of the most prominent hostelries. Mr. Barnes was turning this over in his mind when a diminutive newsboy rushed into the corridor shouting, "Extra, son! Extra, son! All about the horrible murder! Extra!" Mr. Barnes purchased the paper and was stupefied at the headlines. "Robert Leroy Mitchell drowned. His body found floating in the East River. A dagger in his back. Indicates murder." Mr. Barnes rushed out of the hotel, and quickly finding a cab, instructed the man to drive rapidly to the morgue. On the way he read the details of the crime as recounted in the newspaper. From this he gathered that the body had been discovered early in the morning by 2 boatmen, who towed it to shore and handed it over to the police. An examination at the morgue had established the identity by letters found on the corpse, and the initials marked on the clothing. Mr. Barnes was sad at heart, and inwardly fretted because his friend had not asked his aid when in danger. Jumping from the cab, almost before it had fully stopped in front of the morgue, he stumbled and nearly fell over a decrepit-looking beggar, upon whose breast was a printed card soliciting alms for the blind. Mr. Barnes dropped a coin, a silver quarter, into his outstretched palm, and hurried into the building. As he did so, he was jostled by a tall man who was coming out, and who seemed to have lost his temper. As he muttered an imprecation under his breath in Spanish, as the detective's keen ear noted the foreign tongue, An idea occurred to him which made him turn and follow the stranger. When he reached the street again, he received a double surprise. The stranger had already signaled the cab which Mr. Barnes had just left, and was entering it, so that he had only a moment in which to observe him. Then the door was slammed, and the driver whipped up his horses and drove rapidly away. At the same moment the blind beggar jumped up and ran in the direction taken by the cab. Mr. Barnes watched them both till both cab and beggar disappeared around the next corner, and then he went into the building again, deeply thinking over the episode. He found the morgue keeper and was taken to the corpse. He recognized the clothing at once, both from the description given by Williams and because he now remembered to have seen Mr. Mitchell so dressed. It was evident that the body had been in the water for several days, and the marks of violence plainly pointed to murder. Still sticking in the back was a curious dagger of foreign make, the handle projecting between the shoulders. The blow must have been a powerful stroke, for the blade was so tightly wedged in the bones of the spine that it resisted ordinary efforts to withdraw it. Moreover, the condition of the head showed that a crime had been committed, for the skull and face had been beaten into a pulpy mass with some heavy instrument. Mr. Barnes turned away from the sickening sight to examine the letters found upon the corpse. One of these bore the Paris postmark, and he was allowed to read it. It was from the jeweller's, and was the letter alluded to in the warning cable. Its contents were: Dear Sir, as we have previously advised you, the Montezuma Emerald was shipped to you on the 10th instant. On the following day, the man from whom we had bought it was found dead in Dover Street, London, killed by a dagger thrust between the shoulders. The meagre accounts telegraphed to the paper here state that there is no clue to the assassin. We were struck by the name, and remembered that the deceased had urged us to buy the emerald, because, as he declared, he feared that a man had followed him from Mexico, intending to murder him to get possession of it. Within an hour of reading the newspaper story, a gentlemanly-looking man, giving the name of Miguel Palma, entered our store and asked if we had purchased the Montezuma Emerald. We replied negatively, and he smiled and left. We notified the police, but they have not yet been able to find this man. We deemed it our duty to warn you, and did so by cable. The signature was that of the firm from which Mr. Barnes had received the cable in the morning. The plot seemed plain enough now. After a fruitless murder of the man in London, the Mexican had traced the emerald to Mr. Mitchell, and had followed it across the water. Had he succeeded in obtaining it? Among the things found on the corpse was an empty jewel case bearing the name of the Paris firm. It seemed from this that the gem had been stolen. But if so, this man, Miguel Palma, must be made to explain his knowledge of the affair. Once more visiting the Imperial, Mr. Barnes made inquiry, and was told that Mr. Palmer had left the hotel on the night of the previous Thursday, which was just a few hours before Mr. Mitchell had undoubtedly reached there alive. Could it be that the man at the morgue had been he? If so, why was he visiting that place to view the body of his victim? This was a problem over which Mr. Barnes puzzled, as he was driven up to the residence of Mr. Mitchell. Here he found Williams, and imparted to that faithful servant the news of his master's death, and then inquired for the address of the family abroad, that he might notify them by cable before they could read the bald statement in a newspaper. "As they only sailed a week ago to-day," said Williams, "they're hardly more than due in London. I'll go up to the master's desk and get the address of his London bankers." As Williams turned to leave the room, he started back amazed at the sound of a bell. "That's the master's bell, Inspector. Someone is in his room. Come with me." The two men bounded upstairs, 2 steps at a time, and Williams threw open the door of Mr. Mitchell's boudoir, and then fell back against Mr. Barnes, crying, "The master himself!" Mr. Barnes looked over the man's shoulder, and could scarcely believe his eyes when he observed Mr. Mitchell, alive and well, brushing his hair before a mirror. "I've rung for you twice, Williams," said Mr. Mitchell, and then, seeing Mr. Barnes, he added, "Ah, Mr. Barnes, you are very welcome. Come in. Why, what is the matter, man? You're as white as though you had seen a ghost." "Thank God you're safe!" fervently ejaculated the detective, going forward and grasping Mr. Mitchell's hand. "Here, read this, and you will understand." He drew out the afternoon paper and handed it to him. "Oh, that," said Mr. Mitchell carelessly. "I've read that. Merely a sensational lie, worked off upon a guileless public. Not a word of truth in it, I assure you." "Of course not, since you're alive. But there is a mystery about this which is yet to be explained." "What? A mystery? And the great Mr. Barnes has not solved it? I am surprised. I am indeed. But then you know I told you after Goldie made a fizzle of our little joke, that if I should choose to play the principal part, you would not catch me. You see I have beaten you this time. Confess, you thought that was my corpse, which you gazed upon at the morgue." "Well," said Mr. Barnes reluctantly, "the identification certainly seemed complete, in spite of the condition of the face, which made recognition impossible. Yes, I flatter myself the whole affair was artistic." "Do you mean that this whole thing is nothing but a joke? That you went so far as to invent cables and letters from Paris, just for the trifling amusement of making a fool of me?" Mr. Barnes was evidently slightly angry, and Mr. Mitchell, noting this fact, hastened to mollify him. No, it's not quite so bad as that," he said. "I must tell you the whole story, for there is yet important work to do, and you must help me. No, Williams, you need not go out. Your anxiety over my absence entitles you to a knowledge of the truth. A short time ago I heard that a very rare gem was in the market, no less a stone than the original emerald which Cortez stole from the crown of Montezuma. The emerald was offered in Paris, and I was notified at once by the dealer, and authorized the purchase by cable. A few days later I received a dispatch warning me that there was danger. I understood at once, for similar danger had lurked about other large stones, which are now in my collection. The warning meant that I should not attempt to get the emerald from the custom house until further advices reached me, which would indicate the exact nature of the danger. Later I received the letter which was found on the body, now at the morgue, and which I suppose you have read." Mr. Barnes nodded assent. "I readily located the man Palmer at the Imperial, and from his openly using his name I knew that I had a dangerous adversary. Criminals who disdain aliases have brains and use them. I kept away from the custom house until I had satisfied myself that I was being dogged by a veritable cutthroat, who of course was the tool hired by Palmer to rob, perhaps to kill me. Thus acquainted with my adversaries, I was ready for the enterprise." "Why did you not solicit my assistance?" asked Mr. Barnes. "Partly because I wanted all the glory, and partly because I saw a chance to make you admit that I am still the champion detective baffler. I sent my wife and daughter to Europe, that I might have time for my scheme. On the day after their departure, I boldly went to the custom house and obtained the emerald. Of course I was dogged by the hireling, but I had arranged a plan which gave him no advantage over me. I had constructed a pair of goggles which looked like simple smoked glasses, but in one of these I had a little mirror so arranged that I could easily watch the man behind me, should he approach too near. However, I was sure that he would not attack me in a crowded thoroughfare, and I kept in crowds until time for dinner, when by appointment I met my neighbor Mordaunt, and remained in his company until I reached my own doorway late at night. Here he left me, and I stood on the stoop until he disappeared into his own house. Then I turned, and apparently had much trouble to place my latch key in the lock. This offered the assassin the chance he had hoped for, and gliding stealthily forward, he made a vicious stab at me. But in the first place I had put on a chain armor vest, and in the second, expecting the attack to occur just as it did, I turned swiftly, and with one blow with a club I knocked the weapon from the fellow's hand, and with another I struck him over the head, so that he fell senseless at my feet. "Bravo!" cried Mr. Barnes. "You have a cool nerve." "I don't know. I think I was very much excited at the crucial moment, but with my chain armor, a stout loaded club in one hand, and a derringer in the other, I never was in any real danger. I took the man down to the wine cellar and locked him in one of the vaults. Then I called a cab and went down to the Imperial in search of Palmer, but I was too late. He had vanished. So I discovered, interjected Mr. Barnes. I could get nothing out of the fellow in the cellar. Either he cannot or he will not speak English. So I've merely kept him a prisoner, visiting him at midnight only to avoid Williams, and giving him rations for another day. Meanwhile I disguised myself and looked for Palmer. I could not find him. I had another card, however, and the time came at last to play it. I deduced from Palmer's leaving the hotel on the very day when I took the emerald from the custom-house that it was prearranged that his hireling should stick to me until he obtained the gem, and then meet him at some rendezvous previously appointed. Hearing nothing during the past few days, he had perhaps thought that I had left the city, and that his man was still upon my track. Meanwhile, I was perfecting my grand coup. With the aid of a physician, who is a confidential friend, I obtained a corpse from one of the hospitals, a man about my size, whose face we battered beyond description. We dressed him in my clothing, and fixed the dagger which I had taken from my would-be assassin so tightly in the backbone that it would not drop out. Then one night we took our dummy to the river and securely anchored it in the water, and last night I simply cut it loose and let it drift down the river. You knew, of course, that it would be taken to the morgue, said Mr. Barnes. Precisely. Then I dressed myself as a blind beggar, posted myself in front of the morgue, and waited. You were the beggar? Ejaculated the detective. Yes, I have your quarter, and I shall prize it as a souvenir. Indeed, I made nearly $4 during the day. Begging seems to be lucrative. After the newspapers got on the street with the account of my death, I looked for developments. Palmer came in due time and went in. I presume that he saw the dagger, which was placed there for his special benefit, as well as the empty jewel case, and at once concluded that his man had stolen the gem and meant to keep it for himself. Under these circumstances he would naturally be angry, and therefore less cautious and more easily shadowed. Before he came out, you turned up and stupidly brought a cab, which allowed my man to get a start on me. However, I'm a good runner, and as he only rode as far as 3rd Avenue and then took the elevated railroad, I easily followed him to his lair. Now I will explain to you what I wish you to do, if I may count on you. Assuredly. You must go into the street, and when I release the man in the cellar, you must track him. I will go to the other place, and we will see what happens when the men meet. We will both be there to see the fun. An hour later, Mr. Barnes was skillfully dogging a sneaking Mexican who walked rapidly through one of the lowest streets on the east side until finally he dodged into a blind alley, and before the detective could make sure which of the many doors had allowed him ingress, he had disappeared. A moment later a low whistle attracted his attention, and across in a doorway he saw a figure which beckoned to him. He went over and found Mr. Mitchell. Palmer is here. I have seen him. You see, I was right. This is the place of appointment, and the cutthroat has come here straight. Hush! What was that? There was a shriek, followed by another, and then silence. Let us go up, said Mr. Barnes. Do you know which door? Yes, follow me. Mr. Mitchell started across, but just as they both reached the door, footsteps were heard rapidly descending the stairs. Both men stood aside and waited. A minute later a cloaked figure bounded out, only to be gripped instantly by those in hiding. It was Palmer, and he fought like a demon, but the long, powerful arms of Mr. Barnes encircled him, and with a hug that would have made a bear envious, the scoundrel was soon subdued. Mr. Barnes then manacled him, while Mr. Mitchell ascended the stairs to see about the other man. He lay sprawling on the floor, face downward, stabbed in the heart. The end of the Montezuma Emerald by Rodriguez Ottolenghi.
Section 5 of The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. Found Guilty by Josiah Flint Willard and Alfred Hodder. Among the graver misfortunes in the underworld is that of being in the right in a contest with the powers that rule. When a man adds to this misfortune the sheer folly of pressing his rights offensively, the gods have abandoned him. The gods had abandoned Howard Slifer even in the hour of his triumph. From the first his humiliation was a certainty. The precise time and manner of it only were left to doubt. Howard Slifer was a gentleman of the underworld who allowed it to be generally known that anyone who asked him for a fight would get it. A sensitive recognition of the claims of other people and an austere respect for them does not belong to the point of honor in the underworld. The point of honor in the underworld is for the most part concerned with a man's sensitive recognition of his own claims and his determination to have other people austerely respect them. And Howard Slifer was punctiliously honorable. He was possessed of considerable sums of ready money, kept with some trifling exceptions in strong boxes, the formula for opening which invariably included a drill and a bit of dynamite. The trifling exceptions were small matters of loose coin and broken rolls of banknotes which people of fortune, who had had no previous acquaintance with Mr. Slifer, stood and delivered to him at sight and on demand, and by a solecism in their business habits asked no quittance or receipt. His physique was a patent of nobility in which all who stood might read a power to levy taxes and to assume possession of his personal estate wherever he might find it. He was of the build that led men to follow him with their eyes and to speculate upon the amount of punishment he could take and could inflict, and while they speculated they respected him greatly, him and his manservant and his maidservant, his ox and his ass, and everything that was his. Captain Brigstock of the precinct was not a man, he was a deputy divinity, and respected nothing except the arch-deputies, his official superiors. Technically, there were sharp limitations to his constitutional powers over mere mortals, but in practice technical distinctions so seldom obtruded themselves upon his notice that his sense of them was apt to become quite vague. What the precise occasion was of his entering Mr. Slifer's domicile, nobody in the outer world ever plucked up courage to ask him. When Slifer was asked, he said that the captain had dropped in unofficially on private business, and added no comment beyond a malign grin. There was an impression in the outer world that the captain had made his visit expressly at a time when he knew Mr. Slifer was not at home, and that Mr. Slifer had returned unexpectedly. What was certain is that the captain made his exit from the Slifer domicile in unconventional haste, and that no mention of the incident was ever made in the public prints. He had reached the street from a second-story window, through which he had backed with such violence as to bring away the sash. This was the hour of the haughty Slifer's triumph, and the hour when the gods abandoned him. 3 weeks afterward there occurred a manifestation of esprit de corps among the powers that rule, which it was not pleasant to contemplate. Patrolman Hooper, of Captain Brigstock's precinct, had been murdered overnight while on duty, and not only in Brigstock's precinct, but throughout the city the force was of one mind. It was not only that if an officer on duty is not safe, not a man of them was safe. There was an element of insult and effrontery in an attack upon a patrolman that stirred something more in his associates than personal fear. It touched their corporate pride. "Somebody's got to croak for this," Detective Swinton declared sententiously to a group of his brother sleuths. "I don't care if Hooper was only a flatty. He was a copper, and we fly cops have got to send some bloke to the chair for busting him. There's a push of guns in this town that thinks flatties don't count, that there won't be much of a kick when one of 'em's keeled over. And they'll croak some of us fly cops before long if we don't learn 'em a lesson. It was a great bull somebody wasn't croaked for the killing of Patrolman Stimson 2 years ago. Stimson was a fool right enough to go up against the gang that did him. But if one of 'em had croaked for basting him, Hooper'd be alive now. I tell you, guns are just like kids when it comes to learning 'em anything. If they see it you mean business, they'll crawl. But if you monkey with 'em, they'll throw you down. There's some that thinks that guns will act on the level with coppers, whether they got to or not. That's damn rot. Of course, there's some squarer than others, but I've known all kinds for 25 years, and I give it to you straight that they ain't built to like us. They got the same class feeling we have, and if we don't croak one of 'em for doing Hooper, they'll get so nervy that coppers will be dropping in their tracks every month. They got to be called down. The law for the powers that prey is that it is better 99 guilty men should escape than that one innocent man should suffer. The law for the powers that rule is that an example must be made. The powers that prey must suffer as a clan for an offense against the powers that rule. The clan must give up its offending member or must stand in terror and uncertainty of where precisely the hand of the force will strike. That it will strike somewhere, there must not be the slightest doubt. The orders of Captain Brigstock were laconic and smacked of his divine authority. He recognized no impossibility in the case. He spoke with the accent of omnipotence. He said simply, "Find him. I don't want to hear a word about difficulty. Damn the difficulties. I want him found." There were for the moment but the slightest indications to go upon. Hooper must have been struck from behind, must have turned upon his assailant, and in the scuffle lost his helmet. At least he had been stabbed twice in the back and had received a heavy downward blow in the temple, from which his helmet would have saved him. The mainspring of his watch had been broken and the hands marked 5 minutes past 4, thus determining almost with exactness the moment when he was assaulted. His assailant had been hurt and could be traced by blood stains to a sheltered doorway half a block distant, where he had seemingly bound up his wounds and changed his clothes. 100 other details were reported, but for 3 days these remained, in spite of the command of deputed omnipotence, the only ones that were significant. Then came a statement that a short time before his death, Patrolman Hooper had a difficulty with Howard Slifer, and that high words had been exchanged. It is said that Slifer attempted to break away when he found himself safe within the walls of the station house in the precinct. He was, at all events, soundly clubbed before he was locked in his cell. The blows given were accurately measured according to his power for taking punishment. It may be doubted whether Captain Brigstock had been more thoroughly bruised when he measured his length in the street. It is perhaps a chance coincidence that the captain was present while Slifer was being taught the power of the law. The evidence against the prisoner was worked up with systematic vigor. The negative evidence especially was significant. It could not be discovered that at the time Patrolman Hooper was struck down, the prisoner was not near at hand. Patrolman Gundy, in a misguided moment, opined that almost at the precise time of the murder he had seen the prisoner enter a house a dozen blocks distant from the scene of the affair. The outburst of disapproval with which this statement was received made Patrolman Gundy uncertain first about the precise time, then about the precise man, and finally about whether or not he had seen anyone. Patrolman Kennard opined that 4:45 he had passed a man who might be the prisoner within a block of the scene of the affair. The captain asked him what, in the name of things unprintable, his glims were for, and told him point blank that anyone not an ass could say whether a man that he had passed was the prisoner or not, and Patrolman Kennard became certain that he was not an ass, and certain that he had passed the prisoner, and not at all certain that the hour was 4:45 or 4:45 or 3. A safe had been blown open in the building immediately in front of which Patrolman Hooper's body was found, and the prisoner's method of collecting the living that the world owed him was well known. There were a number of other people who employed the same method, But that is a detail. The abandoned clothes were much too short in the arms and legs for the prisoner, and much too small to have been drawn on over a second suit, but clad in his underclothing only, it was just possible he could squeeze into them, and the less perfectly they fitted him, the better the disguise. And at the time he was stripped and examined in his cell, he had so many recent wounds that the only difficulty was to decide which of them his captors had not given him. The indictment before the grand jury was secured by evidence which, as the newspapers said, was so overwhelmingly convincing that murder in the first degree was the only charge permissible. The district attorney publicly complimented the police on their handling of the case, and declared that never before during his activity as public prosecutor had he known of a murderer who was not actually seen committing the crime being brought to the bar of justice with proof of guilt so thoroughly established and ably presented. In an interview with a representative of the press, he said, "Captain Brigstock's men have not only avenged the murder of their brother officer, they have demonstrated afresh the remarkable ability of the city's police force. It is no light matter to protect a city as large as ours, which in the very nature of things becomes a Mecca and Medina for criminals, and it is gratifying to know that our safety is looked after by so conscientious a band of officers." The patrolman ordered before the grand jury not only distinctly remembered seeing Slipher in the near neighborhood of the scene of the crime soon after it was committed, but they produced the weapon with which Hooper had been struck down, and showed the jury several rolls of bills taken from Slipher's pockets, which there was no doubt were part of the plunder he had secured in the safe robbery. Free to indulge his imagination as to how the struggle between Hooper and Slipher took place, the prosecuting attorney portrayed the villain discovered by the virtuous Hooper in the act of blowing open the safe, or in the act of endeavoring to escape, no matter which. The intellectual and wholly impatient jury, who had business of their own, which they were not attending to, saw in their mind's eye the prosecuting attorney's vivid picture, saw the villain Slipher blow open the safe, saw him make his escape, saw the devoted Hooper attempt to arrest him, saw the struggle, the blows, the gleam of the knife. Finally, they saw in private, with eyes not of the mind, Slipher's mishandled body. To add force to these specific arguments, Slipher's record, both as peterman and convict, was produced, and he was declared to be one of the most desperate offenders in the country. There was nothing for the intellectual and wholly impatient jury to do but indict him, and he was bound over till the next term of court. 2. Francis Peary and James Shell were two travelers of the underworld who had just returned from Europe to secure fresh letters of credit. They had made the fashionable grand tour of the continent, had blown themselves at the Monte Carlo crib, had seen wonderful things in forbidden Paris, and had come back to God's country to attend to business until their bank accounts should permit of another trip abroad. Shell had suggested while they were in Paris that they recoup their fortunes on the spot and avoid the seasickness and miscellaneous locomotion, but Peary's counsel had prevailed and they arrived in God's country about 3 weeks previous to the murder of Patrolman Hooper. "There's dough on this side, all right," Peary admitted, in reply to Shell's suggestion that they establish themselves in the French capital. "But it ain't our kind of dough. I've been rubbering around pretty strong since I've been on this side, and I'm next to how the money market stands over here. You remember that fellow from Vienna to borrow the 100 from in Rome, and how he kept telling me to be sure and return it by the time I said I would? Well, he shows up the whole business. He was a nice enough bloke and had the rocks and all that, but he ain't the kind of bloke that lets you and me live and take trips abroad. When he figures up his accounts at the end of the year, everything must balance. He'll have a whole string of items just called Men Ain't Made of Wood, but he knows where them contributions went, see? Well, it's the same all over Europe. They all got to know where and how their dough went, and who got it, and what they got it for. It'd kill 'em to figure up one of the columns in their account books and have to write after it,
Gone, and damn me if I know where. They got dough, but they ain't got no dough to lose without making a hell of a beef about it. See what they did with Bidwell when he made that Bank of England touch in the early '70s. Give him life? Why, them Englishmen thinks money is something sacred, holy, religious-like. I gamble 1,000 that old bank could be touched up again for $1 million or two, but they'd hang the bloke that done it. It's not like that on the other side. Every year there's just so much dough lying around loose to be swiped, and if it ain't swiped, it's put down in the profit column. It's the same kind of dough that's looking for circulation in poker games. It wants to keep moving and changing hands, and guns is there to give it rope. See? It's a kind of providence.
And the copper's in there to make the guns trouble, retorted Shell. It's all right about the loose dough, but what about the loose fly cops? I'd rather take my chance with 10 of them rube coppers here in Paris than with one of their fly elbows in New York.
Ah, everybody's a copper on this side, urged Peary. You remember that gun in Berlin trying to make a getaway after he picked the Mall's pocket and how the whole street sprinted after him? That's the way they do things on this side. The crowd is in sympathy with the copper and not with the gun. In the States, they give a gun a running chance and let the copper do the chasing. That's the way it ought to be.
The morning of the day following the murder of Patrolman Hooper, two men were in earnest conversation in a gaudily furnished room in an uptown hotel. One lay on the bed with a bandage around his head, and from the blood stains on the clothes it was evident that he was nursing a wound. The other sat at the bedside. The two were registered on the hotel's books as coming from Sydney, Australia, and had signed the names Richard Wamperson and Jackson Mather.
You put his light out all right,
the man at the bedside remarked.
They picked him up croaked.
Serves the doctor right, mumbled the invalid. Anybody been copped out yet?
The pipers say, just listen to my foreign education, that the police have pinched that Michigan bloke, Slifer. We done a bit with him in Cherry Hill 8 years back, remember? The bloke that made old Brigstock take that quick sneak out of his flat one day. They're going to railroad him for fair. The World says the police found the weapon on him, and the Journal claims to had some of the bank's dough in his pockets.
Them newspapers is getting real wise. What a lot they do know. Seems like a gun can't do nothing anymore without being pinched for something else.
This comment was certainly ungrateful, the invalid not having been pinched of late for anything. More than that, it was unintelligent. The invalid did not understand the arrangement of things that makes imaginative news columns indispensable.
I'd sooner be pinched for what I didn't do than what I done. It riles a bloke's sense of justice to be accused false and helps him put up a front, declared the other. But you kicked in Paris about everybody being a copper in Europe and a gun having no chance. What do you call the newspapers in this country but coppers?
Fly ones, ain't they? They ain't copped out you and me. They're dead as the stiffs in the front office.
They say Slifer got away with the full 50,000 'cause they only found a few rolls on him. They're smart, they are. They think he's made a plant somewheres.
Shows you how dead they are. They know about as much who copped that coin as Slifer does. Of course, the police have got to put up a bluff, and they're glad to pinch anybody. But you'd think them papers might take a tumble to themselves once in a while.
Good for us that we wasn't mugged that time that old Freckleton got his glimpse on us 3 years ago, ain't it?
Longer than that. And besides, old Freck's croaked. He's the only man on the force who knew us.
Oh, I ain't leery, I ain't. But it's pie to take your constitutional without everybody rubbering. Say, I guess I take a bit of a leg loosener and see about banking that dough in London. That's where we need it in our business, and the sooner we get it there, the quicker. We want to mooch soon as we can stand for the ante.
All right. But don't be long I'm dead to the world up here alone. So long.
So long.
The night of the beginning of the 8th week after the murder of Patrolman Hooper, Francis Perry and James Shell were sitting at whiskey in a fashionable midnight resort on Sixth Avenue. Perry should have been at home and in bed. Almost any layman could have told him that he was gravely ill. He was a dime novel spectre, and the flesh had drawn back on his bones till they began to stand out in sharp angles. The inference of an outsider would have been that he was another of the victims which the life in fashionable midnight resorts sometimes demands. But inferences made by outsiders show their wit and not their knowledge. The only person present who really knew what was James Shell. But he would not have admitted this even to Perry. There was a look of disgust in his face while he watched the sick man reach feebly for his glass.
It's a wonder you wouldn't take a bracer. You've been belly aching around these joints for the last 2 months, and I'm getting tired of looking at you. I want to mooch to the other side. Anyone'd think that the copper had hit you with a baseball bat the way you play the baby act. He just gave you a love tap with his mace, that's all.
A couple of love taps like that'd put out my light then and there, Peary answered wearily. I'm a sick man, Shell.
Sick nothing. Why the devil don't you stay at home if you're sick? You've been following me about for the last 8 weeks like a cur pup. I never asked you to. Stay at home and nurse yourself if you're so knocked up. I'm agreeable. I'm getting bully tired of hearing you whine. You don't need to be afraid of me. I ain't going to knock against you. Nobody'll ever find out from me that you and that flatty couldn't hit it off together. I can keep as dead about that as you can. And I ain't going to do you out of the dough either. You'll get all that's coming to you when we get to London. It's banked there, and half of it is yourn. But I give it to you straight. I'm going to give you the chilly mitt if you don't stop dogging me round all these joints.
You give me the chilly mitt?
Peary sat upright in his chair with an obvious effort. The hand of death was upon the man, really, but he had his grit with him.
That's what I said. You're all right when you want to be, but I won't stand for any more of this shadowing me about, see? What I think is you're bughouse.
Merely to acknowledge that he was sick was a confession which, in the circumstances, it had cost Peary more than Shell realized to make. To sit at a table with a man whom he had looked upon as his pal and hear that he was bughouse was a challenge which even his weakened state could not keep from accepting.
Take it, you duffer!
He hissed between his teeth and threw his beer glass with all his might at Shell's head. The fight was over before the attendants could interfere. Shell tried to throw Peary to the floor, and Peary sent a bullet through his heart. His light went out without a flicker. 3. A man lay dying in the hospital ward of prison. Captain Brigstock of precinct sat beside his couch.
Get through the croak all right, ain't I? Brace me up a bit, Cap. Thanks.
That's what they call it, Perry.
Well, Cap, I might as well tell you now as later. You got the wrong bloke in that Hooper business. Slifer didn't do Hooper. Give me some more of that dope there, quick. I'm dying. Lord, it's a dirty job to die. Me, too, I die bad. That's why I'm telling you.
The stimulant revived him for a moment.
Say, he kept me in the shell. You listening? Put it on paper, Blookie. I'm getting kind of weak in my tubes. Got the pencil there. Me and Shell, we croaked. Getting it down? We croaked Hooper. Me in front with a billy when his helmet dropped off, and him behind with a knife. That stuff in the papers was rot. And Shell, I put his light out, damn it. He tried to do me out of the dough. That's why I'm here. See?
His mind was wandering. Brigstock's pencil paused, and Brigstock himself took it for a sign of some special care of Providence for him that Peary's confession had been made to no one else. What kind of Providence would naturally choose him out to care for, and whether in highest heaven or deepest the other place, he had not leisure at the moment to inquire. "Where's the dough planted?" he asked. The sick man's eyelids fluttered open, but with no recognition of Captain Brigstock or of his question. There was a great light of anger and pain in the eyes, and the lips drew back from the strong, discolored teeth.
You give me the chili mitt,
he almost shouted, half rising in bed.
Take that, you duffer.
And he flung himself bodily on Captain Brigstock. It was quite true. Peary died bad. That evening, Brigstock, in his lodgings, meditated afresh on the special care of Providence. At the end of his meditations, which he had assisted by striding up and down the room, he knelt by the open fire and tore out and burned certain leaves from his notebook. The night of New Year's Day, some 10 months after the murder of Patrolman Hooper, Howard Slifer sat in his cell in prison and talked through the bars of the cell door with his death watch. The evidence given at the time of his indictment had been repeated with additions at the time of his trial, and among those additions, the confession of Francis Peary was not found. "You hear what I'm telling you, Jackson," Slifer said that night. "I ain't turning soft and kicking about going to the chair, not me. It's up to me to sit in it, that's straight. And I've done enough to deserve croaking 10 times over. But, Jackson, it ain't up to me to stand for the killing of Hooper. I didn't do it. Of course, the evidence don't look that way, and they think that they've got me dead to rights, but that just shows how bughouse some of the things in this world are. Jackson, if Hooper could get up out of his grave now, he'd say Slifer didn't do it. I don't mind croaking for anything I done, but I hate like hell to croak for something I didn't." End of Found Guilty by Josiah Flint Willard and Alfred Hodder.
Section 6 of the American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. Mystery of the Scarlet Thread by Jacques Futrelle, Part 1. 1. The Thinking Machine. Professor Augustus S.F.X. van Dusen, Doctor of Philosophy, Doctor of Law, Fellow of the Royal Society, Doctor of Medicine, etc., scientist and logician, listened intently and without comment to a weird, seemingly inexplicable story. Hutchinson Hedge, reporter, was telling it. The bowed figure of the savant lay at ease in a large chair. The enormous head, with its bushy, yellow hair, was thrown back, the thin, white fingers were pressed tip to tip, and the blue eyes, narrowed to mere slits, squinted aggressively upward. The scientist was in a receptive mood. "From the beginning, every fact, you know," he had requested. "It's all out in the Back Bay," the reporter explained. "There is a big apartment house there, a fashionable establishment in a side street just off Commonwealth Avenue. It is 5 stories in all, and is cut up into small suites of 2 and 3 rooms with a bath. These suites are handsomely, even luxuriously furnished, and are occupied by people who can afford to pay big rents. Generally, these are young, unmarried men, although in several cases they are husband and wife. It is a house of every modern improvement: elevator service, hall boys, library doorman, spacious corridors, and all that. It has both the gas and electric systems of lighting. Tenants are at liberty to use either or both. A young broker, Weldon Henley, occupies one of the handsomest of these suites, being on the 2nd floor in front. He has met with considerable success in the street. He is a bachelor and lives there alone. There is no personal servant. He dabbles in photography as a hobby and is said to be remarkably expert. Recently there was a report that he was to be married this winter to a beautiful Virginia girl who has been visiting Boston from time to time, a Miss Lipscomb, Charlotte Lipscomb of Richmond. Henley has never denied or affirmed this rumor, although he has been asked about it often. Miss Lipscomb is impossible of access even when she visits Boston. Now she is in Virginia, I understand, but will return to Boston later in the season." The reporter paused, lighted a cigarette, and leaned forward in his chair, gazing steadily into the inscrutable eyes of the scientist. When Henley took the suite, he requested that all the electric lighting apparatus be removed from his apartments, he went on. He had taken a long lease of the place, and this was done. Therefore, he uses only gas for lighting purposes, and he usually keeps one of his gas jets burning low all night. Bad for his health," commented the scientist. Now comes the mystery of the affair, the reporter went on. It was 5 weeks or so ago. Henley retired as usual about midnight. He locked his door on the inside, he is positive of that, and awoke about 4 o'clock in the morning, nearly asphyxiated by gas. He was barely able to get up and open the window to let in the fresh air. The gas jet he had left burning was out, and the suite was full of gas. Accident, possibly, said the thinking machine. A draught through the apartments, a slight diminution of gas pressure, 100 possibilities. So it was presumed, said the reporter. Of course, it would have been impossible for— Nothing is impossible, said the other, tartly. Don't say that. It annoys me exceedingly. Well, then, it seems highly improbable that the door had been opened or that anyone came into the room and did this deliberately, the newspaper man went on with a slight smile. So Henley said nothing about this, attributed it to accident. The next night he lighted his gas as usual, but he left it burning a little brighter. The same thing happened again. Ah! And the thinking machine changed his position a little. The second time. And again he awoke just in time to save himself, said Hatch. Still, he attributed the affair to accident and determined to avoid a recurrence of the affair by doing away with the gas at night. Then he got a small night lamp and used this for a week or more. Why does he have a light at all? Asked the scientist, testily. I can hardly answer that, replied Hatch. I may say, however, that he is of a very nervous temperament and gets up frequently during the night. He reads occasionally when he can't sleep. In addition to that, he has slept with the light going all his life. It's a habit. Go on. One night he looked for the night lamp, but it had disappeared. At least he couldn't find it, so he lighted the gas again. The fact of the gas having twice before gone out had been dismissed as a serious possibility. Next morning at 5 o'clock a bellboy, passing through the hall, smelled gas and made a quick investigation. He decided it came from Henley's place and rapped on the door. There was no answer. It ultimately developed that it was necessary to smash in the door. There, on the bed, they found Henley unconscious, with the gas pouring into the room from the jet which he had left lighted. He was revived in the air, but for several hours was deathly sick. Why was the door smashed in? Asked the thinking machine. Why not unlocked? It was done because Henley had firmly barred it, Hatch explained. He had become suspicious, I suppose, and after the second time he always barred his door and fastened every window before he went to sleep. There may have been a fear that someone used the key to enter. Well? Asked the scientist. After that? 3 weeks or so elapsed, bringing the affair down to this morning, Hatch went on. Then the same thing happened a little differently. For instance, after the third time the gas went out, Henley decided to find out for himself what caused it, and so expressed himself to a few friends who knew of the mystery. Then, night after night, he lighted the gas as usual and kept watch. It was never disturbed during all that time, burning steadily all night. What sleep he got was in daytime. Last night Henley lay awake for a time, then, exhausted and tired, fell asleep. This morning early he woke. The room was filled with gas again. In some way my city editor heard of it and asked me to look into the mystery. That was all. The two men were silent for a long time, and finally the thinking machine turned to the reporter. Does anyone else in the house keep gas going all night? He asked. I don't know, was the reply. Most of them, I know, use electricity. Nobody else has been overcome as he has been? No. Plumbers have minutely examined the lighting system all over the house and found nothing wrong. Does the gas in the house all come through the same meter? Yes, so the manager told me. I suppose it possible that someone shut it off there on these nights long enough to extinguish the lights all over the house, then turn it on again. That is, presuming that it was done purposely. Do you think it was an attempt to kill Henley? It might be, was the reply. Find out for me just who in the house uses gas. Also, if anyone else leaves the light burning all night. Also, what opportunity anyone would have to get at the meter and learn something about Henley's love affair with Miss Lipscomb. Is there anyone else? If so, who? Where does he live? When you find out these things, come back here. That afternoon, at 1 o'clock, Hatch returned to the apartments of the thinking machine with excitement plainly apparent on his face. Well? Asked the scientist. A French girl, Louise Renick, employed as a maid by Mrs. Standing in the house, was found dead in her room on the 3rd floor today at noon, Hatch explained quickly. It looks like suicide. How? Asked the thinking machine. The people who employed her, husband and wife, have been away for a couple of days, Hatch rushed on. She was in the suite alone. This noon she had not appeared. There was an odor of gas and the door was broken in. Then she was found dead. With the gas turned on? With the gas turned on. She was asphyxiated. Dear me, exclaimed the scientist. He arose and took up his hat. Let's go and see what this is all about. 2. When Professor Van Dusen and Hatch arrived at the apartment house, they had been preceded by the medical examiner and the police. Detective Mallory, whom both knew, was moving about in the apartment where the girl had been found dead. The body had been removed and a telegram sent to employers in New York. "Too late," said Mallory as they entered. "What was it, Mr. Mallory?" asked the scientist. "Suicide," was the reply. "No question of it. It happened in this room." And he led the way into the third room of the suite. The maid, Miss Renick, occupied this and was here alone last night. Mr. and Mrs. Standing, her employers, have gone to New York for a few days. She was left alone and killed herself. Without further questioning, the thinking machine went over to the bed from which the girl's body had been taken, and stooping beside it, picked up a book. It was a novel by the Duchess. He examined this critically, then, standing on the chair, he examined the gas jet. This done, he stepped down and went to the window of the little room. Finally, the thinking machine turned to the detective. "Just how much was the gas turned on?" he asked. "Turned on full," was the reply. "Were both the doors of the room locked?" "Both, yes." "Any cotton or cloth or anything of the sort stuffed in the cracks of the window?" "No. It's a tight-fitting window anyway." "Are you trying to make a mystery out of this?" "Cracks in doors stuffed?" the thinking machine went on. "No." There was a smile about the detective's lips. The thinking machine, on his knees, examined the bottom of one of the doors, that which led into the hall. The lock of this door had been broken when employees burst into the room. Having satisfied himself, here and at the bottom of the other door, which connected with the bedroom adjoining, the thinking machine again climbed on a chair and examined the doors at the top. "Both transoms closed, I suppose?" he asked. "Yes," was the reply. "You can't make anything but suicide out of it," explained the detective. "The medical examiner has given that as his opinion, and everything I find indicates it." "All right," broke in the thinking machine abruptly. "Don't let us keep you." After a while Detective Mallory went away. Hatch and the scientist went down to the office floor where they saw the manager. He seemed to be greatly distressed, but was willing to do anything he could in the matter. "Is your night engineer perfectly trustworthy?" asked the thinking machine. "Perfectly," was the reply. "One of the best and most reliable men I have ever met. Alert and wide awake. Can I see him a moment? The night man, I mean." "Certainly," was the reply. "He's downstairs. He sleeps there. He's probably up by this time. He sleeps usually till 1 o'clock in the daytime, being up all night." "Do you supply gas for your tenants?" "Both gas and electricity are included in the rent of the suites. Tenants may use one or both." "And the gas all comes through 1 meter?" "Yes, 1 meter. It's just off the engine room." "I suppose there's no way of telling just who in the house uses gas?" "No. Some do and some don't. I don't know." This was what Hatch had told the scientist. Now, together, they went to the basement, and there met the night engineer, Charles Burlingame, a tall, powerful, clean-cut man of alert manner and positive speech. He gazed with a little amusement at the slender, almost childish figure of the thinking machine and the grotesquely large head. "You are in the engine room or near it all night, every night?" began the thinking machine. "I haven't missed a night in 4 years," was the reply. "Anybody ever come here to see you at night?" "Never." "It's against the rules." "The manager or a hall boy?" "Never." "In the last 2 months?" the thinking machine persisted. "Not in the last 2 years," was the positive reply. "I go on duty every night at 7 o'clock, and I'm on duty until 7 in the morning. I don't believe I've seen anybody in the basement here with me between those hours for a year at least." The thinking machine was squinting steadily into the eyes of the engineer, and for a time both were silent. Hatch moved about the scrupulously clean engine room and nodded to the day engineer, who sat leaning back against the wall. Directly in front of him was the steam gauge. "Have you a fireman?" was the thinking machine's next question. "No, I fire myself," said the nightman. "Here's the coal," and he indicated a bin within half a dozen feet of the mouth of the boiler. "I don't suppose you ever had occasion to handle the gas meter?" insisted the thinking machine. "Never touched it in my life," said the other. "I don't know anything about meters anyway." "And you never drop off to sleep at night for a few minutes when you get lonely, doze, I mean?" The engineer grinned good-naturedly. "Never had any desire to. And besides, I wouldn't have the chance," he explained. "There's a time check here," and he indicated it. "I have to punch that every half hour all night to prove that I've been awake." Dear me!" exclaimed the thinking machine irritably. He went over and examined the time check, a revolving paper disc with hours marked on it, made to move by the action of a clock, the face of which showed in the middle. "Besides, there's the steam gauge to watch," went on the engineer. "No engineer would dare go to sleep. There might be an explosion." "Do you know Mr. Weldon Henley?" suddenly asked the thinking machine. "Who?" asked Burlingame. "Weldon Henley." "No," was the slow response. "Never heard of him. Who is he?" "One of the tenants on the second floor, I think." "Lord, I don't know any of the tenants. What about him?" "When does the inspector come here to read the meter?" "I never saw him. I presume in daytime. Eh, Bill?" and he turned to the day engineer. "Always in the daytime." "Usually about noon," said Bill from his corner. "Any other entrance to the basement except this way? And you could see anyone coming here this way, I suppose?" "Sure, I could see him. There is no other entrance to the cellar except the coal hole in the sidewalk in front. 2 big electric lights in front of the building, aren't there?" "Yes, they go all night." A slightly puzzled expression crept into the eyes of the thinking machine. Hatch knew from the persistency of the questions that he was not satisfied, yet he was not able to fathom or to understand all the queries. In some way they had to do with the possibility of someone having access to the meter. "Where do you usually sit at night here?" was the next question. "Over there where Bill's sitting. I always sit there." The thinking machine crossed the room to Bill, a typical grimy-handed man of his class. "May I sit there a moment?" he asked. Bill arose lazily, and the thinking machine sank down into the chair. From this point he could see plainly through the opening into the basement proper. There was no door, the gas meter of enormous proportions through which all the gas in the house passed. An electric light in the door made it bright as daylight. The thinking machine noted these things, arose, nodded his thanks to the 2 men, and, still with the puzzled expression on his face, led the way upstairs. There the manager was still in his office. "I presume you examine and know that the time check in the engineer's room is properly punched every half hour during the night?" he asked. "Yes, I examine the dial every day. I have them here, in fact, each with the date on it." "May I see them?" Now the manager was puzzled. He produced the cards, one for each day, and for half an hour the thinking machine studied them minutely. At the end of the time, when he arose and Hatch looked at him inquiringly, he saw still the perplexed expression. After urgent solicitation the manager admitted them to the apartments of Weldon Henley. Mr. Henley himself had gone to his office in State Street. Here the thinking machine did several things which aroused the curiosity of the manager, one of which was to minutely study the gas jets. Then the thinking machine opened one of the front windows and glanced out into the street. Below 15 feet was the sidewalk. Above was the solid front of the building, broken only by a flagpole which, properly roped, extended from the hall window of the next floor above out over the sidewalk a distance of 12 feet or so. "Ever used that flagpole?" he asked the manager. "Rarely," said the manager. "On holidays sometimes, 4th of July and such times. We have a big flag for it." From the apartments the thinking machine led the way to the hall, up the stairs and to the flagpole. Leaning out of this window he looked down toward the window of the apartments he had just left. Then he inspected the rope of the flagpole, drawing it through his slender hands, slowly and carefully. At last he picked up a slender thread of scarlet and examined it. "Ah!" he exclaimed. Then to Hatch, "Let's go, Mr. Hatch." "Thank you." This last to the manager, who had been a puzzled witness. Once on the street, side by side with the thinking machine, Hatch was bursting with questions, but he didn't ask them. He knew it would be useless. At last the thinking machine broke the silence. "That girl, Miss Renick, was murdered," he said suddenly, positively. "There have been 4 attempts to murder Henley." "How?" asked Hatch, startled. "By a scheme so simple that neither you, nor I, nor the police have ever heard of it being employed," was the astonishing reply. "It is perfectly horrible in its simplicity." "What was it?" Hatch insisted, eagerly. "It would be futile to discuss that now," was the rejoinder. "There has been murder. We know how. Now the question is, who? What person would have a motive to kill Henley?" 3. There was a pause as they walked on. "Where are we going?" asked Hatch, finally. "Come up to my place, and let's consider this matter a bit further," replied the thinking machine. Not another word was spoken by either until half an hour later in the small laboratory. For a long time the scientist was thoughtful, deeply thoughtful. Once he took down a volume from a shelf and Hatch glanced at the title. It was "Gases, Their Properties." After a while he returned this to the shelf and took down another, on which the reporter caught the title "Anatomy." "Now, Mr. Hatch," said the thinking machine in his perpetually crabbed voice, "we have a most remarkable riddle. It gains this remarkable aspect from its very simplicity. It is not, however, necessary to go into that now. I will make it clear to you when we know the motives. As a general rule, the greatest crimes never come to light because the greatest criminals, their perpetrators, are too clever to be caught. Here we have what I might call a great crime committed with a subtle simplicity that is wholly disarming, and a greater crime even than this was planned. This was to murder Weldon Henley. The first thing for you to do is to see Mr. Henley and warn him of his danger. Asphyxiation will not be attempted again, but there is the possibility of poison, a pistol shot, a knife, anything almost. As a matter of fact, he is in great peril. Superficially, the death of Miss Renick, the maid, looks to be suicide. Instead, it is the fruition of a plan which has been tried time and again against Henley. There is a possibility that Miss Renick was not an intentional victim of the plot, but the fact remains that she was murdered. Why? Find the motive for the plot to murder Mr. Henley, and you will know why. The thinking machine reached over to the shelf, took a book, looked at it a moment, then went on. The first question to determine positively is, who hated Weldon Henley sufficiently to desire his death? You say he is a successful man in the street. Therefore there is a possibility that some enemy there is at the bottom of the affair, yet it seems hardly probable. If, by his operations, Mr. Henley ever happened to wreck another man's fortune, find this man, and find out all about him. He may be the man. There will be innumerable questions arising from this line of inquiry to a man of your resources. Leave none of them unanswered. On the other hand, there is Henley's love affair. Had he a rival who might desire his death? Had he any rival? If so, find out all about him. He may be the man who planned all this. Here, too, there will be questions arising which demand answers. Answer, then, all of them, fully and clearly, before you see me again. Was Henley ever party to a liaison of any kind? Find it out, too. A vengeful woman, or a discarded sweetheart of a vengeful woman, will go to any extreme. The rumour of his engagement to Miss Lipscomb hatches the blood. The rumour of his engagement to Miss Lipscomb might have caused a woman whom he had once been interested in, or who was once interested in him, to attempt his life. The subtler murders, that is, the ones which are most attractive as problems, are nearly always the work of a cunning woman. I know nothing about women myself, he hastens to explain, but Lombroso has taken that attitude. Therefore, see if there is a woman. Most of these points had previously seen with the unerring eye of a clever newspaper reporter. Yet there were several which had not occurred to him. He nodded his understanding. Now, the centre of the affair, of course, the thinking machine continued, is the apartment house where Henley lives. The person who attempted his life either lives there or has ready access to the place, and frequently spends the night there. This is a vital question for you to answer. I am leaving all this to you, because you know better how to do these things than I do. That's all, I think. When these things are all learned, come back to me. The thinking machine arose, as if the interview were at an end, and Hatch also arose reluctantly. An idea was beginning to dawn in his mind. Does there occur to you that there is any connection whatever between Henley and Miss Renick? He asked. It is possible, was the reply. I had thought of that. If there is a connection, it is not apparent yet. Then how was it she was killed, or killed herself, whichever may be true, and the attempt to kill Henley killed her? That's all I can say now. That all? Asked Hatch, after a pause. No. Warn Mr. Henley immediately that he is in grave danger. Remember, the person who has planned this will probably go to any extreme. I don't know Mr. Henley, of course, but from the fact that he always had a light at night, I gather that he is a timid sort of man. Not necessarily a coward, but a man lacking in stamina. Therefore, one who might better disappear for a week or so until the mystery is cleared up. Above all, impress upon him the importance of the warning. The thinking machine opened his pocket-book and took from it the scarlet thread which he had picked from the rope of the flagpole. Here, I believe, is the real clue to the problem, he explained to Hatch. What does it seem to be? Hatch examined it closely. I should say a strand from a Turkish bathrobe, was his final judgment. Possibly. Ask some cloth expert what he makes of it. Then, if it sounds promising, look into it. Find out if by any possibility it can be any part of any garment worn by any person in the apartment house. But it's so slight, Hatch began. I know, the other interrupted tartly. It's slight, but I believe it is a part of the wearing apparel of the person, man or woman, who has 4 times attempted to kill Mr. Henley, and who did kill the girl. Therefore, it is important. Hatch looked at him quickly. Well, how, in what manner did it come where you found it? Simple enough, said the scientist. It is a wonder that there were not more pieces of it. That's all. Perplexed by his instructions, but confident of results, Hatch left the thinking machine. What possible connection could this tiny bit of scarlet thread found on the flagpole have with one shutting off the gas in Henley's rooms? How did anyone go into Henley's rooms to shut off the gas? How was it Miss Renick was dead? What was the manner of her death? A cloth expert in a great department store turned his knowledge on the tiny bit of scarlet for the illumination of Hatch, but he could go no further than to say that it seemed to be part of a Turkish bathrobe. Man or woman's? Asked Hatch. The material from which bathrobes are made is the same for both men and women, was the reply. I can say nothing else. Of course, there's not enough of it to even guess at the pattern of the robe. Then Hatch went to the financial district and was ushered into the office of Weldon Henley, a slender, handsome man of 32 or 3 years, pallid of face and nervous in manner. He still showed the effect of the gas poisoning, and there was even a trace of furtive fear of something, he himself didn't know what, in his actions. Henley talked freely to the newspaper man of certain things, but of other things he was resentfully reticent. He admitted his engagement to Miss Lipscomb. and finally even admitted that Miss Lipscomb's hand had been sought by another man, Renick Cabel, formerly of Virginia. "Could you give me his address?" asked Hatch. "He lives in the same apartment house with me, 2 floors above," was the reply. Hatch was startled more than he would have cared to admit. "Are you on friendly terms with him?" he asked. "Certainly," said Henley. "I won't say anything further about this matter. It would be unwise for obvious reasons. I suppose you consider that this turning on of the gas was an attempt on your life?" "I can't suppose anything else." Hatch studied the pallid face closely as he asked the next question. "Do you know Miss Renick was found dead today?" "Dead?" exclaimed the other, and he rose. "Who? What? Who is she?" It seemed a distinct effort for him to regain control of himself. The reporter detailed then the circumstances of the finding of the girl's body, and the broker listened without comment. From that time forward all the reporter's questions were either parried, or else met with a flat refusal to answer. Finally Hatch repeated to him the warning which he had from the thinking machine, and feeling that he had accomplished little, went away. At 8 o'clock that night, a night of complete darkness, Henley was found unconscious, lying in a little used walk in the common. There was a bullet hole through his left shoulder, and he was bleeding profusely. He was removed to the hospital, where he regained consciousness for just a moment. "Who shot you?" he was asked. "None of your business," he replied, and lapsed into unconsciousness. 4. Entirely unaware of this latest attempt on the life of the broker, Hutchison Hatch steadily pursued his investigations. They finally led him to an intimate friend of Renick Cabel. The young Southerner had apartments on the 4th floor of the big house off Commonwealth Avenue, directly over those Henley occupied, but 2 flights higher up. This friend was a figure in the social set of the Back Bay. He talked to Hatch freely of Cabel. "He's a good fellow," he explained, "one of the best I ever met, and comes of one of the best families Virginia ever had, a true FFV. He's pretty quick-tempered and all that, but an excellent chap, and everywhere he has gone here he has made friends." "He used to be in love with Miss Lipscomb of Virginia, didn't he?" asked Hatch casually. "Used to be?" the other repeated with a laugh. "He is in love with her. But recently he understood that she was engaged to Weldon Henley, a broker. You may have heard of him? And that, I suppose, has dampened his ardor considerably. As a matter of fact, Cabel took the thing to heart. He used to know Miss Lipscomb in Virginia. She comes from another famous family there, and he seemed to think he had a prior claim on her." Hatch heard all these things as any man might listen to gossip, but each additional fact was sinking into his mind, and each additional fact led his suspicions on deeper into the channel they had chosen. "Cabel is pretty well to do," his informant went on. "Not rich, as we count riches in the North, but pretty well to do, and I believe he came to Boston because Miss Lipscomb spends so much of her time here. She's a beautiful young woman of 22, and extremely popular in the social world everywhere, particularly in Boston. Then there was the additional fact that Henley was here." "No chance at all for Cabel?" Hatch suggested. "Not the slightest," was the reply. Yet despite the heartbreak he had, he was the first to congratulate Henley on winning her love. And he meant it too. "What's his attitude toward Henley now?" asked Hatch. His voice was calm, but there was an underlying tense note imperceptible to the other. "They meet and speak and move in the same set. There is no love lost on either side, I don't suppose, but there is no trace of any ill feeling. Cabel doesn't happen to be a vindictive sort of man?" "Vindictive?" and the other laughed. "No, he's like a big boy, forgiving and all that. Hot-tempered, though. I could imagine him, in a fit of anger, making a personal matter of it with Henley, but I don't think he ever did." The mind of the newspaper man was rapidly focusing on one point. The rush of thoughts, questions, and doubts silenced him for a moment. Then, "How long has Cabel been in Boston?" 7 or 8 months. That is, he has had apartments here for that long, but he has made several visits south. I suppose it's south. He has a tick of dropping out of sight occasionally. I understand that he intends to go south for good very soon. If I am not mistaken, he is trying now to rent his suite." Hatch looked suddenly at his informant. An idea of seeing Cabel and having a legitimate excuse for talking to him had occurred to him. "I'm looking for a suite," he volunteered at last. "I wonder if you would give me a card of introduction to him? We might get together on it." Thus it happened that half an hour later, about 10 minutes past 9 o'clock, Hatch was on his way to the big apartment house. In the office he saw the manager. "Heard the news?" asked the manager. "No," Hatch replied. "What is it?" "Somebody shot Mr. Henley as he was passing through the common early tonight." Hatch whistled in amazement. "Is he dead?" "No, but he is unconscious. The hospital doctors say it is a nasty wound, but not necessarily dangerous." "Who shot him? Do they know?" "He knows, but he won't say." Amazed and alarmed by this latest development, an accurate fulfillment of the thinking machine's prophecy, Hatch stood thoughtful for a moment, then, recovering his composure a little, asked for Cabel. "I don't think there's much chance of seeing him," said the manager. "He's going away on the midnight train, going south to Virginia." "Going away tonight?" Hatch gasped. "Yes. It seems to have been rather a sudden determination. He was talking to me here half an hour or so ago, and said something about going away. While he was here, the telephone boy told me that Hanley had been shot. They had phoned from the hospital to inform us. Then Cabel seemed greatly agitated. He said he was going away tonight, if he could catch the midnight train, and now he is packing." "I suppose the shooting of Hanley upset him considerably?" the reporter suggested. "Yes, I guess it did," was the reply. "They moved in the same set and belonged to the same clubs." The manager sent Hatch's card of introduction to Cabell's apartments. Hatch went up and was ushered into a suite identical with that of Hanley's in every respect save in minor details of furnishings. Cabell stood in the middle of the floor with his personal belongings scattered about the room. His valet, evidently a Frenchman, was busily engaged in packing. Cabell's greeting was perfunctorily cordial. He seemed agitated. His face was flushed, and from time to time he ran his fingers through his long brown hair. He stared at Hatch in a preoccupied fashion. Then they fell into conversation about the rent of the apartments. "I'll take almost anything reasonable," Cabell said hurriedly. "You see, I'm going away tonight, rather more suddenly than I had intended, and I'm anxious to get the lease off my hands. I pay $200 a month for these, just as they are." "May I look them over?" asked Hatch. He passed from the front room into the next. Here, on a bed, was piled a huge lot of clothing, and the valet, with deft fingers, was brushing and folding, preparatory to packing. Cabell was directly behind him. "Quite comfortable, you see," he explained. "There's room enough if you are alone. Are you?" "Oh, yes," Hatch replied. "This other room here," Cabell explained, "is not in very tidy shape now. I've been out of the city for several weeks, and—" "What's the matter?" he demanded suddenly. Hatch had turned quickly at the words and stared at him, then recovered himself with doubt. "I beg your pardon," he stammered. "I rather thought I saw you in town here a week or so ago. Of course, I didn't know you, and I was wondering if I could have been mistaken." "Must have been," said the other easily. "During the time I was away, a friend of my sister's, occupied the suite. I'm afraid some of her things are here. She hasn't sent for them as yet. She occupied this room, I think. When I came back a few days ago, she took another place, and all her things haven't been removed." "I see," remarked Hatch casually. "I don't suppose there's any chance of her returning here unexpectedly if I should happen to take her apartments?" "Not the slightest. She knows I'm back, and thinks I'm to remain. She was to send for these things." Hatch gazed about the room ostentatiously. Across a trunk lay a Turkish bathrobe with a scarlet stripe in it. He was anxious to get hold of it, to examine it closely, but he didn't dare to then. Together they returned to the front room. "I rather like the place," he said, after a pause. "But the price is—" "Just a moment," Cabell interrupted. "Jean, before you finish packing that suitcase, be sure to put my bathrobe in it. It's in the far room." Then one question was settled for Hatch. After a moment the valet returned with the bathrobe, which had been in the far room. It was Cabell's bathrobe. As Jean passed the reporter, an end of the rope caught on a corner of the trunk, and, stopping, the reporter unfastened it. A tiny strand of thread clung to the metal. Hatch detached it, and stood idly twirling it in his fingers. "As I was saying," he resumed, "I rather like the place, but the price is too much. Suppose you leave it in the hands of the manager of the house." "I had intended doing that," the Southerner interrupted. "Well, I'll see him about it later," Hatch added. With a cordial, albeit preoccupied handshake, Cabell ushered him out. Hatch went down the elevator with a feeling of elation, a feeling that he had accomplished something. The manager was waiting to get into the lift. "Do you happen to remember the name of the young lady who occupied Mr. Cabell's suite while he was away?" he asked. "Miss Austen," said the manager. "But she's not young. She was about 45 years old, I should judge." "Did Mr. Cabell have his servant Jean with him?" "Oh, no," said the manager. The valet gave up the suite to Miss Austen entirely, and until Mr. Cabell returned occupied a room in the quarters we have for our own employees. "Was Miss Austen ailing in any way?" asked Hatch. "I saw a large number of medicine bottles upstairs." "I don't know what was the matter with her," replied the manager with a little puzzled frown. "She certainly was not a woman of sound mental balance, that is, she was eccentric, and all that. I think rather it was an act of charity for Mr. Cabell to let her have the suite in his absence. Certainly we didn't want her." Hatch passed out and burst in eagerly upon the thinking machine in his laboratory. "Here," he said, and triumphantly he extended the tiny scarlet strand which he had received from the thinking machine, and the other of the identical color which came from Cabell's bathrobe. "Is that the same?" The thinking machine placed them under the microscope, examined them immediately. Later he submitted them to a chemical test. "It is the same," he said finally. "Then the mystery is solved," said Hatch, conclusively. End of Mystery of the Scarlet Thread by Jacques Futrelle, Part 1. Section 7 of the American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. Mystery of the Scarlet Thread by Jacques Futrelle, Part 2. 5. The thinking machine stared steadily into the eager, exultant eyes of the newspaperman, until Hatch, at last, began to fear that he had been precipitate. After a while, under close scrutiny, the reporter began to feel convinced that he had made a mistake. He didn't quite see where, but it must be there, and the exultant manner passed. The voice of the thinking machine was like a cold shower. "Remember, Mr. Hatch," he said critically, "that unless every possible question has been considered, one cannot boast of a solution. Is there any possible question lingering yet in your mind?" The reporter silently considered that for a moment, then, "Well, I have the main facts anyway. There may be one or two minor questions left, but the principal ones are answered." "Then tell me, to the minutest detail, what you have learned, what has happened." Professor Van Dusen sank back in his old, familiar pose in the large armchair, and Hatch related what he had learned and what he surmised. He related, too, the peculiar circumstances surrounding the wounding of Henley, and right on down to the beginning and end of the interview with Cabel in the latter's apartments. The thinking machine was silent for a time. Then there came a host of questions. "Do you know where the woman, Miss Austen, is now?" was the first. "No," Hatch had to admit. "Or her precise mental condition?" "No." "Or her exact relationship to Cabel?" "No." "Do you know, then, what the valet, Jean, knows of the affair?" "No, not that," said the reporter, and his face flushed under the close questioning. He was out of the suite every night. "Therefore might have been the very one who turned on the gas," the other put in testily. "So far as I can learn, nobody could have gone into that room and turned on the gas," said the reporter somewhat aggressively. "Henley barred the doors and windows and kept watch night after night. Yet, the moment he was exhausted and fell asleep, the gas was turned on to kill him," said the thinking machine. "Thus, we see that he was watched more closely than he watched." "I see what you mean now," said Hatch after a long pause. "I should like to know what Henley and Cabel and the valet knew of the girl who was found dead," the thinking machine suggested. "Further, I should like to know if there was a good-sized mirror, not one set in a bureau or dresser, either in Henley's room or the apartments where the girl was found. Find out this for me and... never mind, I'll go with you." The scientist left the room. When he returned he wore his coat and hat. Hatch arose mechanically to follow. For a block or more they walked along, neither speaking. The thinking machine was the first to break the silence. "You believe Cabel is the man who attempted to kill Henley?" "Frankly, yes," replied the newspaperman. "Why?" "Because he had the motive, disappointed love." "How?" "I don't know," Hatch confessed. "The doors of the Henley suite were closed. I don't see how anybody passed them." "And the girl? Who killed her? How? Why?" Disconsolately, Hatch shook his head as he walked on. The thinking machine interpreted his silence aright. "Don't jump at any conclusions," he advised sharply. "You are confident Cabel was to blame for this, and he might have been, I don't know yet, but you can suggest nothing to show how he did it. I have told you before that imagination is half of logic." At last the lights of the big apartment house where Henley lived came in sight. Hatch shrugged his shoulders. He had grave doubts, based on what he knew, whether the thinking machine would be able to see Cabel. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and Cabel was to leave for the south at midnight. "Is Mr. Cabel here?" asked the scientist of the elevator boy. "Yes, just about to go through. He won't see anyone." "Hand him this note," instructed the thinking machine, and he scribbled something on a piece of paper. "He'll see us." The boy took the paper, and the elevator shot up to the 4th floor. After a while he returned. "He'll see you," he said. "Is he unpacking?" "After he read your note twice, he told his valet to unpack," the boy replied. "Ah, I thought so," said the thinking machine. With Hatch, mystified and puzzled, following, the thinking machine entered the elevator to step out a second or so later on the 4th floor. As they left the car they saw the door of Cabel's apartment standing open. Cabel was in the door. Hatch traced a gleam of anxiety in the eyes of the young man. "Professor Van Dusen?" Cabel inquired. "Yes," said the scientist. "It was of the utmost importance that I should see you. Otherwise I should not have come at this time of night." With a wave of his hand, Cabel passed the detail. "I was anxious to get away at midnight," he explained. "But of course, now I shan't go, in view of your note. I have ordered my valet to unpack my things, at least until tomorrow." The reporter and the scientist passed into the luxuriously furnished apartments. Jean, the valet, was bending over a suitcase as they entered, removing some things he had been carefully placing there. He didn't look back or pay the least attention to the visitors. "This is your valet?" asked the thinking machine. "Yes," said the young man. "French, isn't he?" "Yes." "Speak English at all?" "Very badly," said Cabel. "I use French when I talk to him." "Does he know that you are accused of murder?" asked the thinking machine in a quiet, conversational tone. The effect of the remark on Cabel was startling. He staggered back a step or so as if he had been struck in the face, and a crimson flush overspread his brow. Jean, the valet, straightened up suddenly and looked around. There was a queer expression, too, in his eyes, an expression which Hatch could not fathom. "Murder!" gasped Cabel at last. "Yes, he speaks English all right," remarked the thinking machine. "Now, Mr. Cabel, will you please tell me just who Miss Austen is, and where she is, and her mental condition? Believe me, it may save you a great deal of trouble. What I said in the note is not exaggerated." The young man turned suddenly, and began to pace back and forth across the room. After a few minutes he paused before the thinking machine, who stood impatiently waiting for an answer. "I'll tell you, yes," said Cabel firmly. "Miss Austen is a middle-aged woman whom my sister befriended several times, was in fact my sister's governess when she was a child. Of late years she has not been wholly right mentally, and has suffered a great deal of privation. I had about concluded arrangements to put her in a private sanitarium. I permitted her to remain in these rooms in my absence, south. I did not take Jean. He lived in the quarters of the other employees of the place, and gave the apartment entirely to Miss Austen. It was simply an act of charity." "What was the cause of your sudden determination to go south to-night?" asked the scientist. "I won't answer that question," was the sullen reply. There was a long, tense silence. Jean, the valet, came and went several times. "How long has Miss Austen known Mr. Henley?" "Presumably since she has been in these apartments," was the reply. "Are you sure you are not Miss Austen?" demanded the scientist. The question was almost staggering, not only to Cabel but to Hatch. Suddenly, with flaming face, the young Southerner leaped forward as if to strike down the thinking machine. "That won't do any good," said the scientist coldly. "Are you sure you're not Miss Austen?" he repeated. "Certainly I'm not Miss Austen," responded Cabel fiercely. "Have you a mirror in these apartments, about 12 inches by 12 inches?" asked the thinking machine irrelevantly. I don't know," stammered the young man. Have we, Jean?" "Oui," replied the valet. "Yes," snapped the thinking machine. "Talk English, please. May I see it?" The valet, without a word, but with a silent glance at the questioner, turned and left the room. He returned after a moment with the mirror. The thinking machine carefully examined the frame, top and bottom, and on both sides. At last he looked up. Again the valet was bending over a suitcase. "Do you use gas in these apartments?" the scientist asked suddenly. "No," was the bewildered response. "What is all this, anyway?" Without answering, the thinking machine drew a chair up under the chandelier where the gas and electric fixtures were, and began to finger the gas tips. After a while he climbed down and passed into the next room, with Hatch and Cabel, both hopelessly mystified, following. There the scientist went through the same process of fingering the gas jets. Finally one of the gas tips came out in his hand. "Ah!" he exclaimed suddenly, that knew the note of triumph in it. The jet from which the tip came was just on a level with his shoulder, set between the dressing table and a window. He leaned over and squinted at the gas pipe closely. Then he returned to the room where the valet was. "Now, Jean," he began in an even, calm voice, "please tell me if you did or did not kill Miss Renick purposely?" "I don't know what you mean," said the servant sullenly, angrily, as he turned on the scientist. "You speak very good English now," was the thinking machine's terse comment. Mr. Hatch locked the door and used his phone to call the police. Hatch turned to do as he was bid and saw a flash of steel in young Cabel's hand, which was drawn suddenly from a hip pocket. It was a revolver. The weapon glittered in the light and Hatch flung himself forward. There was a sharp report and a bullet was buried in the floor. 6. Then came a fierce, hard fight for possession of the revolver. It ended with the weapon in Hatch's hand, and both he and Cabel blowing from the effort they had expended. Jean, the valet, had turned at the sound of the shot and started toward the door leading into the hall. The thinking machine had stepped in front of him and now stood there with his back to the door. Physically, he would have been a child in the hands of the valet, yet there was a look in his eyes which stopped him. "Now, Mr. Hatch," said the scientist quietly, a touch of irony in his voice, "hand me the revolver, then 'phone for Detective Mallory to come here immediately. Tell him we have a murderer, and if he can't come at once, get some other detective whom you know." "Murderer!" gasped Cabel. Uncontrollable rage was blazing in the eyes of the valet, and he made as if to throw the thinking machine aside, despite the revolver, when Hatch was at the telephone. As Jean started forward, however, Cabel stopped him with a quick, stern gesture. Suddenly the young Southerner turned on the thinking machine, but it was with a question. "What does it all mean?" he asked, bewildered. "It means that the man there," and the thinking machine indicated the valet by a nod of his head, "is a murderer, that he killed Louisa Renier, that he shot Weldon Henley on Boston Common, and that, with the aid of Miss Renier, he had 4 times previously attempted to kill Mr. Henley. Is he coming, Mr. Hatch?" "Yes," was the reply. "He says he'll be here directly." "Do you deny it?" demanded the thinking machine of the valet. "I've done nothing," said the valet sullenly. "I'm going out of here." Like an infuriated animal he rushed forward. Hatch and Cabel seized him and bore him to the floor. There, after a frantic struggle, he was bound, and the other 3 men sat down to wait for Detective Mallory. Cabel sank back in his chair with a perplexed frown on his face. From time to time he glanced at Jean. The flush of anger which had been on the valet's face was gone now. Instead there was a pallor of fear. "Won't you tell us?" pleaded Cabel impatiently. "When Detective Mallory comes and takes his prisoner," said the thinking machine. 10 minutes later they heard a quick step in the hall outside, and Hatch opened the door. Detective Mallory entered and looked from one to another inquiringly. "That's your prisoner, Mr. Mallory," said the scientist coldly. "I charge him with the murder of Miss Renier, whom you were so confident committed suicide. I charge him with 5 attempts on the life of Weldon Henley, 4 times by gas poisoning, in which Miss Renier was his accomplice, and once by shooting. He is the man who shot Mr. Henley." The thinking machine arose and walked over to the prostrate man, handing the revolver to Hatch. He glared down at Jean fiercely. "Will you tell how you did it, or shall I?" he demanded. His answer was a sullen, defiant glare. He turned and picked up the square mirror which the valet had produced previously. "That's where the screw was, isn't it?" he asked as he indicated a small hole in the frame of the mirror. Jean stared at it, and his head sank forward hopelessly. "And this is the bathrobe you wore, isn't it?" he demanded again, and from the suitcase he pulled out the garment with the scarlet stripe. "I guess you got me all right," was the sullen reply. "It might be better for you if you told the story then," suggested the thinking machine. "You know so much about it, tell it yourself." "Very well," was the calm rejoinder. "I will. If I make any mistake you will correct me." For a long time no one spoke. The thinking machine had dropped back into a chair and was staring through his thick glasses at the ceiling. His fingertips were pressed tightly together. At last he began. "There are certain trivial gaps which only the imagination can supply, until the matter is gone into more fully. I should have supplied these myself, but the arrest of this man, Jean, was precipitated by the attempted hurried departure of Mr. Cabel for the South to-night, and I did not have time to go into the case to the fullest extent. Thus we begin with the fact that there were several clever attempts made to murder Mr. Henley. This was by putting out the gas which he habitually left burning in his room. It happened 4 times in all, thus proving that it was an attempt to kill him. If it had been only once, it might have been an accident. Even twice it might have been accident, but the same accident does not happen 4 times at the same time of night. Mr. Henley finally grew to regard the strange extinguishing of the gas as an effort to kill him, and carefully locked and barred his door and windows each night. He believed that someone came into his apartments and put out the light, leaving the gas flow. This, of course, was not true. Yet the gas was put out. How? My first idea, a natural one, was that it was turned off for an instant at the meter. When the light would go out, then turned on again. This, I convinced myself, was not true. Therefore, still the question, how? It is a fact. I don't know how widely known it is, but it is a fact that every gaslight in this house might be extinguished at the same time from this room without leaving it. How? Simply by removing the gas jet tip and blowing into the gas pipe. It would not leave a jet in the building burning. It is due to the fact that the lung power is greater than the pressure of the gas in the pipes and forces it out. Thus, we have the method employed to extinguish the light in Mr. Henley's rooms, and all the barred and locked doors and windows would not stop it. At the same time it threatened the life of every other person in the house, that is, every other person who used gas. It was probably for this reason that the attempt was always made late at night. I should say 3 or 4 o'clock. That's when it was done, isn't it? He asked suddenly of the valet. Staring at the thinking machine in open-mouthed astonishment, the valet noted his acquiescence, before he was fully aware of it. "Yes, that's right," the thinking machine resumed complacently. "This was easily found out, comparatively. The next question was how was a watch kept on Mr. Henley? It would have done no good to extinguish the gas before he was asleep, or to have turned it on when he was not in his rooms. It might have led to a speedy discovery of just how the thing was done. There's a spring lock on the door of Mr. Henley's apartment, therefore it would have been impossible for anyone to peer through the keyhole. There are no cracks through which one might see. How was this watch kept? How was the plotter to satisfy himself positively of the time when Mr. Henley was asleep? How was it that the gas was put out at no time of the score or more nights Mr. Henley himself kept watch? Obviously he was watched through a window. No one could climb out on the window ledge and look into Mr. Henley's apartments. No one could see into the apartment from the street. That is, could see whether Mr. Henley was asleep or even in bed. They could see the light. Watch was kept with the aid offered by the flagpole, supplemented with a mirror. This mirror. A screw was driven into the frame. It has been removed now. It was swung on the flagpole rope and pulled out to the end of the pole, facing the building. To a man standing in the hall window of the 3rd floor, it offered precisely the angle necessary to reflect the interior of Mr. Henley's suite, possibly even showed him in bed through a narrow opening in the curtain. There is no shade on the windows of that suite. Heavy curtains instead. Is that right? Again the prisoner was surprised into a mute acquiescence. I saw the possibility of these things, and I saw, too, that at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning it would be perfectly possible for a person to move about the upper halls of this house without being seen. If he wore a heavy bathrobe, with a hood, say, no one would recognize him, even if he were seen, and besides the garb would not cause suspicion. This bathrobe has a hood. Now, in working the mirror back and forth on the flagpole at night, a tiny scarlet thread was pulled out of the rope and clung to the rope. I found this thread. Later, Mr. Hatch found an identical thread in these apartments. Both came from the bathrobe. Plain logic shows that the person who blew down the gas pipes worked the mirror trick. The person who worked the mirror trick left the thread. The thread comes back to the bathrobe. That bathrobe there, he pointed dramatically. Thus, the person who desired Henley's death was in these apartments, or had easy access to them. He paused for a moment, and there was tense silence. A great light was coming to Hatch, slowly but surely. The brain that had followed all this was unlimited in possibilities. Even before we traced the origin of the crime to this room, went on the scientist quietly now, attention had been attracted here, particularly to you, Mr. Cabel. You were through the love affair, of which Miss Lipscomb was the centre. Mr. Hatch learned that you and Henley had been rivals for her hand. It was that, even before his scarlet thread was found, which indicated that you might have some knowledge of the affair, directly or indirectly. You are not a malicious or revengeful man, Mr. Cabel, but you are hot-tempered, extremely so. You demonstrated that just now, when angry and not understanding, but feeling that your honor was at stake, you shot a hole in the floor. What? Asked Detective Mallory. A little accident, explained the thinking machine quickly. Not being a malicious or revengeful man, you're not the man to deliberately go ahead and make elaborate plans for the murder of Henley. In a moment of passion, you might have killed him, but never deliberately as the result of premeditation. Besides, you were out of town. Who was then in these apartments? Who had access to these apartments? Who might have used your bathrobe? Your valet, possibly Miss Austen. Which? Now, let's see how we reach this conclusion, which led to the valet. Miss Renick was found dead. It was not suicide. How did I know? Because she had been reading with the gaslight at its full. If she had been reading by the gaslight, how was it then that it went out and suffocated her before she could arise and shut it off? Obviously, she must have fallen asleep over a book and left the light burning. If she was in the spot to kill Henley, why did she light the jet in her room? There might have been some defect in the electric bulb in her room, which she had just discovered. Therefore, she lighted the gas, intending to extinguish it, turn it off entirely, later. But she fell asleep. Therefore, when the valet here blew into the pipe, intending to kill Mr. Henley, he unwittingly killed the woman he loved, Miss Renick. It was perfectly possible, meanwhile, that she did not know of the attempt to be made that particular night, although she had participated in the others, knowing that Henley had night after night sat up to watch the light in his rooms. The facts, as I knew them, showed no connection between Miss Renick and this man at that time, nor any connection between Miss Renick and Henley. It might have been that the person who blew the gas out of the pipe from the rooms knew nothing whatever of Miss Renier, just as he didn't know who else he might have killed in the building. But I had her death and the manner of it. I had eliminated you, Mr. Cabel. Therefore there remained Miss Austen and the valet. Miss Austen was eccentric, insane, if you will. Would she have any motive for killing Henley? I could imagine none. Love? Probably not. Money? They had nothing in common on that ground. What? Nothing, that I could see. Therefore, for the moment, I passed Miss Austen by, after asking you, Mr. Cabel, if you were Miss Austen. What remained? The valet. Motive? Several possible ones, one or two probable. He is French, or says he is. Miss Renier is French. Therefore, I had arrived at the conclusion that they knew each other, as people of the same nationality will in a house of this sort. And remember, I had passed by Mr. Cabel and Miss Austen, so the valet was the only one left. He could use the bathrobe. Well, the motive. Frankly, that was the only difficult point in the entire problem. Difficult because there were so many possibilities, and each possibility that suggested itself suggested also a woman. Jealousy? There must be a woman. Hate? Probably a woman. Attempted extortion? With the aid of a woman. No other motive which would lead to so elaborate a plot of murder would come forward. Who was the woman? Miss Renier. Did Miss Renier know Henley? Mr. Hatch had reason to believe he knew her because of his actions when informed of her death. Knew her how? People of such relatively different planes of life can know each other, or do know each other, only on one plane. Henley is a typical young man, fast, I dare say, and liberal. Perhaps then there had been a liaison. When I saw this possibility, I had my motives, all of them. Jealousy, hate, and possibly attempted extortion as well. What was more possible than Mr. Henley and Miss Renier had been acquainted? All liaisons are secret ones. Suppose she had been cast off because of the engagement to a young woman of Henley's own level? Suppose she had confided in the valet here? Do you see? Motives enough for any crime, however diabolical. The attempts on Henley's life possibly followed an attempted extortion of money. The shot which wounded Henley was fired by this man, Jean. Why? Because the woman who had cause to hate Henley was dead. Then the man? He was alive and vindictive. Henley knew who shot him, and knew why, but he'll never say it publicly. He can't afford to. It would ruin him. I think probably that's all. Do you want to add anything? He asked the valet. No, was the fierce reply. I'm sorry I didn't kill him, that's all. It was all about as you said, though. God knows how you found it out, he added desperately. Are you a Frenchman? I was born in New York, but lived in France for 11 years. I first knew Louisa there. Silence fell upon the little group. Then Hatch asked a question. You told me, Professor, that there would be no other attempt to kill Henley by extinguishing the gas. How did you know that? Because one person, the wrong person, had been killed that way, was the reply. For this reason it was hardly likely that another attempt of that sort would be made. You had no intention of killing Louisa Renier, had you, Jean? No. God help me, no. It was all done in these apartments, the thinking machine added, turning to Cabel, at the gas jet from which I took the tip. It had been only loosely replaced, and the metal was tarnished where the lips had dampened it. It must take great lung power to do a thing like that, remarked Detective Mallory. You would be amazed to know how easily it is done, said the scientist. Try it some time. The thinking machine arose and picked up his hat. Hatch did the same. Then the reporter turned to Cabel. Would you mind telling me why you were so anxious to get away tonight? He asked. Well, no, Cabel explained, and there was a rush of red to his face. It's because I received a telegram from Virginia, Miss Lipscomb, in fact. Some of Henley's past had come to her knowledge, and the telegram told me that the engagement was broken. On top of this came the information that Henley had been shot, and I was considerably agitated. The thinking machine and Hatch were walking along the street. What did you write in the note you sent to Cabel that made him start to unpack? Asked the reporter curiously. There are some things that it wouldn't be well for everyone to know, was the enigmatic response. Perhaps it would be just as well for you to overlook this little omission. Of course, replied the reporter, wonderingly. End of Section 7, The Skull Thread, by Jacques Futrelle, Part 2. Recording by Julie Niedermeyer.
Section 8 of The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by O123. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. The Man Higher Up by William McHugh and Adrian Balmer. Part 1. The first real blizzard of the winter had burst upon New York from the Atlantic. For 72 hours, as Rentland, file clerk in the Broadway offices of the American Commodities Company, saw, from the record he was making for President Welter, no ship of any of the dozen expected from foreign ports had been able to make the company's docks in Brooklyn, or indeed had been reported at Sandy Hook. And for the last 5 days, during which the Weather Bureau's storm signals had stayed steadily set, no steamer of the 6, which had finished unloading at the docks the week before, had dared to try for the open sea except one, the Elizabethan Age, which had cleared the Narrows on Monday night. On land, the storm was scarcely less disastrous to the business of the great importing company. Since Tuesday morning, Rentland's reports of the car and trainload consignments, which had left the warehouses daily, had been a monotonous page of trains told. But until that Friday morning, Welter, the big bull-necked tickle-lipped master of man and money, had borne all the accumulated trouble of the week with serenity, almost with contempt. Only when the file clerk added to his report the minor item that the 3,000-ton steamer Elizabethan Age, which had cleared on Monday night, had been driven into Boston, something suddenly seemed to break in the inner office. Rentland had the president's secretary telephone to Brooklyn for Rowan, the dock superintendent. He heard Welter's heavy steps going to and fro in the private office, his hoarse voice raised angrily, and soon afterwards Rowan blustered in. Rentland could no longer overhear the voices. He went back to his own private office and called the station master at the Grand Central Station on the telephone. "The 7 o'clock train from Chicago?" the clerk asked in a guarded voice. "It came in at 10:30 as expected?" "Oh, at 10:10. Thank you." He hung up the receiver and opened the door to pass a word with Rowan as he came out of the president's office. "They have wired that the Elizabethan Age could not get beyond Boston, Rowan," he cried curiously. The hooker. The dock superintendent had gone strangely white. For the imperceptible fraction of an instant, his eyes dimmed with fear, as he stared into the wondering face of the clerk. But he recovered himself quickly, spat offensively, and slammed the door as he went out. Rentland stood with clenched hands for a moment. Then he glanced at the clock, and hurried to the entrance of the outer office. The elevator was just bringing up from the street a red-haired, blue-grey-eyed young man of medium height, who, noting with a quick, intelligent glance the arrangement of the offices, advanced directly toward President Welter's door. The chief clerk stepped forward quickly. "You are Mr. Trent?" "Yes." "I am Rentland. This way, please." He led the psychologist to the little room behind the files, where he had telephoned the moment before. "Your wire to me in Chicago, which brought me here," said Trent, turning from the inscription "File Clerk" on the door to the dogged, decisive features and weary form of his client, "gave me to understand that you wished to have me investigate the disappearance or death of 2 of your dock scale checkers. I suppose you are acting for President Welter, of whom I have heard, in sending for me." "No," said Rentland, as he waved Trent to a seat. "President Welter is certainly not troubling himself to that extent over an investigation." "Then the company or some other officer?" Trent questioned with increasing curiosity. "No, nor the company nor any other officer in it, Mr. Trent," Rentland smiled. "Nor even am I, as file clerk of the American Commodities Company, over troubling myself about those checkers." He leaned nearer to Trent, confidentially. "But as a special agent for the United States Treasury Department, I am extremely interested in the death of one of these men, and in the disappearance of the other. and for that I called you to help me." "As a secret agent for the government?" Trent repeated, with rapidly rising interest. "Yes, a spy, if you wish to call me, but as truly in the ranks of the enemies to my country as any Nathan Hale, who has a statue in this city. Today the enemies are the big corrupting thieving corporations like this company, and appreciating that, I am not ashamed to be a spy in their ranks, commissioned by the government to catch and condemn President Walter and any other officers involved with him for systematically stealing from the government for the past 10 years, and for probable connivance in the murder of at least one of those two checkers, so that the company might continue to steal." "To steal? How?" "Customs frauds, theft, smuggling, anything you wish to call it. Exactly what or how I can't tell, for that is part of what I sent for you to find out. For a number of years the Customs Department has suspected, upon circumstantial evidence, that the enormous profits of this company upon the 1,001 things which it is importing and distributing must come, in part, from goods they have got through without paying the proper duty. So, at my own suggestion, I entered the employ of the company a year ago to get track of the method. But after a year here, I was almost ready to give up the investigation in despair, when Ed Landers, the company's checker on the docks in Scalehouse No. 3, was killed, accidentally, the coroner's jury said. To me it looked suspiciously like murder. Within 2 weeks, Morse, who was appointed as checker in his place, suddenly disappeared. The company's officials showed no concern as to the fate of these two men, and my suspicions that something crooked might be going on at Scalehouse No. 3 were strengthened, and I sent for you to help me to get at the bottom of the things. Is it not best then to begin by giving me as fully as possible the details of the employment of Morse and Landers, and also of their disappearances?" The young psychologist suggested. "I have told you these things here, Trent, rather than take you to some safer place," the secret agent replied, "because I have been waiting for someone who can tell you what you need to know better than I can. Edith Rowan, the stepdaughter of the dock superintendent, knew Landers well, for he boarded at Rowan's house. She was, or is, if he still lives, engaged to Morse. It is an unusual thing for Rowan himself to come here to see President Walter, as he did just before you came. But every morning, since Morse disappeared, his daughter has come to see Walter personally. She is already waiting in the outer office." Opening the door, he indicated to Trent a light-haired, overdressed, nervous girl twisting about uneasily on the seat outside the president's private office. "Walter thinks it policy, for some reason, to see her a moment every morning, but she always comes out almost at once, crying." "This is interesting," Trent commented, as he watched the girl go into the president's office. After only a moment she came out, crying. Redland had already left his room, so it seemed by chance that he and Trent met and supported her to the elevator, and over the slippery pavement to the neat electric coupe which was standing at the curb. "It's hers," said Redland, as Trent hesitated before helping the girl into it. "It is one of the things I wanted you to see. Broadway is very slippery, Miss Rowan. You will let me see you home again this morning. This gentleman is Mr. Trent, a private detective. I want him to come along with us." The girl acquiesced, and Trent crowded into the little automobile. Rand turned the coupe skillfully out into the swept path of the street, ran swiftly down Fifth Avenue to 14th Street, and stopped 3 streets to the east before a house in the middle of the block. The house was as narrow and cramped and as cheaply constructed as its neighbors on both sides. It had lace curtains conspicuous in every window, and impressive statues with vases and gaudy bits of bric-a-brac in the front rooms. "He told me again that Will must still be off drunk, and Will never takes a drink." She spoke to them for the first time, as they entered the little sitting room. He is Welter, Renton explained to Trent. Will is Morse, the missing man. Now, Miss Rowan, I have brought Mr. Trent with me because I have asked him to help me find Morse for you, as I promised. And I want you to tell him everything you can about how Landers was killed and how Morse disappeared. And remember, Trent interposed, that I know very little about the American Commodities Company. Why, Mr. Trent, the girl gathered herself together. You cannot help knowing something about the company. It imports almost everything. Tobacco, sugar, coffee, wines, olives, and preserved fruits, oils, and all sorts of table delicacies, from all over the world, even from Borneo, Mr. Trent, and from Madagascar and New Zealand. It has big warehouses at the docks with millions of dollars worth of goods stored in them. My stepfather has been with the company for years, and has charge of all that goes on at the docks, including the weighing. Yes, everything on which there is a duty when it is taken off the boats has to be weighed. And to do this there are big scales, and for each one a scale house. When a scale is being used, there are 2 men in the scale house. One of these is the government weigher, who sets the scale to a balance and notes down the weight in a book. The other man, who is an employee of the company, writes the weight also in a book of his own, and he is called the company's checker. But though there are half a dozen scales, almost everything, when it is possible, is unloaded in front of scale number 3, for that is the best part for shapes. And Landers? Landers was the company's checker on scale number 3. Well, about 5 weeks ago I began to see that Mr. Landers was troubled about something. Twice a queer, quiet little man with a scar on his cheek came to see him, and each time they went up to Mr. Landers' room and talked a long while. Ed's room was over the sitting room, and after the man had gone, I could hear him walking back and forth, walking and walking, until it seemed as though he would never stop. I told father about this man who troubled Mr. Landers, and he asked him about it. But Mr. Landers flew into a rage and said it was nothing of importance. Then one night, it was a Wednesday, everybody stayed late at the docks to finish unloading the steamer Cabel. About 2 o'clock father got home, but Mr. Landers had not been ready to come with him. He did not come all that night, and the next day he did not come home. Now, Mr. Trent, they are very careful at the warehouses about who goes in and out, because so many valuable things are stored there. On one side the warehouse is open onto the docks, and at each end they are fenced off so that you cannot go along the docks and get away from them that way. And on that other side they open onto the street through great driveway doors, and at every door, as long as it is open, there stands a watchman, who sees everybody that goes in and out. Only one door was open that Wednesday night. The watchman there had not seen Mr. Landers go out, and the second night passed, and he did not come home. But the next morning, Friday morning, the girl caught her breath hysterically. Mr. Landers' body was found in the engine room back of scale house number 3, with the face crushed in horribly. Was the engine room occupied? Said Trent quickly. It must have been occupied in the daytime, and probably on the night when Landers disappeared, as they were unloading the Cabel. But on the night after which the body was found, was it occupied that night? I don't know, Mr. Trent. I think it could not have been. For, after the verdict of the coroner's jury, which was that Mr. Landers had been killed by some part of the machinery, it was said that the accident must have happened either the evening before, just before the engineer shut off his engines, or the first thing that morning, just after he had started them, for otherwise somebody in the engine room would have seen it. But where had Landers been all day Thursday, Miss Rowan? From 2 o'clock on the second night before, when your father last saw him, until the accident in the engine room. It was supposed he had been drunk. When his body was found, his clothes were covered with fibers from the coffee sacking, and the jury supposed he had been slipping off his liquor in the coffee warehouse during Thursday. But I had known Lad Landers for almost 3 years, and in all that time I never knew him to take even one drink. Then it was a very unlikely supposition. You do not believe in that accident, Miss Rowan? Trent said brusquely. The girl grew white as paper. Oh, Mr. Trent, I don't know. I did believe in it. But since Will, Mr. Morse, has disappeared in exactly the same way, under exactly the same circumstances, and everyone acts about it exactly the same way. You say the circumstances of Morse's disappearances were the same. Trent pressed quietly when she was able to proceed. After Mr. Landers had been found dead, said the girl, pulling herself together again, Mr. Morse, who had been checker in one of the other scale houses, was made checker at scale number 3. We were surprised at that, for it was a sort of promotion, and father did not like Will. He had been greatly displeased at our engagement. Will's promotion made us very happy, for it seemed as though father must be changing his opinion. But after Will had been checker on scale number 3 only a few days, the same quiet little man with the scar on his cheek, who had begun coming to see Mr. Landers before he was killed, began coming to see Will too. And after he began coming, Will was troubled, terribly troubled, I could see, but he would not tell me the reason. And he expected, after that man began coming, that something would happen to him. And I know, from the way he acted and spoke about Mr. Landers, that he thought he had not been accidentally killed. One evening, when I could see he had been more troubled than ever before, he said that if anything happened to him, I was to go at once to his boarding house and take charge of everything in his room, and not to let anyone into the room to search it, until I had removed everything in the bureau drawers. Everything, no matter how useless anything seemed. Then the very next night, 5 days ago, just as while Mr. Landers was checker, everybody stayed overtime at the docks to finish unloading a vessel, the Elizabethan Age. And in the morning, Will's landlady called me on the phone to tell me that he had not come home. 5 days ago, Mr. Trent. And since then no one has seen or heard from him. And the watchman did not see him come out of the warehouse that night, just as he did not see me at Landers. What did you find in Morse's bureau? Asked Trent. I found nothing. Nothing, Trent repeated. That is impossible, Miss Rowan. Think again. Remember, he warned you that what you find might seem trivial and useless. The girl, a little defiantly, studied for an instant Trent's clear-cut features. Suddenly she arose and ran from the room, but returned quickly with a strange little implement in her hand. It was merely a bit of wire, straight for perhaps 3 inches, and then bent in a half-circle of 5 or 6 inches, the bent portion of the wire being wound carefully with stout twine, thus, except for his clothes and some blank writing paper and envelopes, that was absolutely the only thing in the bureau. It was the only thing at all in the only locked drawer. Trent and Rentland stared disappointedly at the strange implement, which the girl handed to the psychologist. You have shown this to your stepfather, Miss Rowan, for a possible explanation of why a company checker should be so solicitous about such a thing as this? Asked Trent. No, the girl hesitated. Will had told me not to say anything, and I told you father did not like Will. He had made up his mind that I was to marry at Landers. In most ways father is kind and generous. He has kept the coop we came here in for mother and me for 2 years, and you see, she gestured a little proudly about the bedecked and badly furnished rooms. You see how he gets everything for us. Mr. Landers was most generous too. He took me to the theatres 2 or 3 times every week, always the best seats too. I didn't want to go, but father made me. I preferred Will, though he wasn't so generous. Trent's eyes returned, with more intelligent scrutiny, to the mysterious implement in his hand. What salary do checkers receive, Rentland? He asked in a low tone. $125 a month. And her father, the dock superintendent, how much? Trent's expressive glance, now jumping about from one gaudy extravagant trifle in the room to another, caught a glimpse again of the electric coop standing in the street, then returned to the teeny bit of wire on his hand. $3,000 a year, Rentland replied. Tell me, Miss Rowan, said Trent, this implement, Have you by any chance mentioned it to President Welter?" "Why, no, Mr. Trent." "You are sure of that? Excellent, excellent. Now the quiet little man with the scar on his cheek, who came to see Morse, no one could tell you anything about him?" "No one, Mr. Trent. But yesterday Wade's landlady told me that a man has come to ask for Will every forenoon since he disappeared, and she thinks this may be the man with the scar, though she can't be sure, for he kept the collar of his overcoat up about his face. She was to telephone me if he came again." "If he comes this morning," Trent glanced quickly at his watch, "you and I, Rentland, might much better be waiting for him over there." The psychologist rose, putting the bent twine-wound bit of wire carefully into his pocket, and a minute later the two men crossed the street to the house, already known to Rentland, where Morse had boarded. The landlady not only allowed them to wait in her little parlor, but waited with them until at the end of an hour she pointed with an eager gesture to a short man in a big ulster who turned sharply up the front steps. "That's him, see!" she exclaimed. "That man with the scar!" cried Rentland. "Well, I know him." He made for the door, caught at the ulster, and pulled the little man into the house by main force. "Well, Dickie," the secret agent challenged, as the man faced him in startled recognition, "what are you doing in this case?" "Trent, this is Inspector Dickey of the Customs Office." He introduced the officer. "I am in the case on my own hook, if I know what case you are talking about," piped Dickey. "Morse, eh? And the American Commodities Company, eh?" "Exactly," said Rentland brusquely. "What were you calling to see Landers for?" "You know about that?" The little man looked up sharply. "Well, 6 weeks ago, Landers came to me and told me he had something to tell. A secret system forbidding the customs. But before we got to terms, he began losing his nerve a little. He got it back, however, and was going to tell me when, all at once, he disappeared, and 2 days later he was dead. That made it harder for me, so I went after Morse. But Morse denied he knew anything. Then Morse disappeared too." "So you got nothing at all out of them?" Rentland interposed. "Nothing I could use. Landers, one time, he was getting off his nerve, showed me a piece of bent wire, with string around it, in his room, and began telling me something when Rowan called him in, and then he shut up." "A bent wire?" Trent cried eagerly. "Like this?" He took from his pocket the implement given him by Edith Rowan. "Morse had this in his room, the only thing in a locked drawer." "The same thing!" Dickey cried, seizing it. "So Morse had it too, after he became checker at scale number 3, where the cheating is, if anywhere. The very thing Landers started to explain to me, and how they cheated the customs with it. I say we must have it now, Rentland. We need only to go to the docks and watch them while they weigh, and see how they use it, and arrest them, and then we have them at last, eh, old man?" he cried in triumph. "We have them at last." "You mean," Trent cut in upon the customs man, "that you can convict and jail perhaps the checker, or a foreman, or maybe even a dock superintendent as usual, but the man higher up, the big man, who were really at the bottom of this business, and the only ones who are getting, will you catch them?" "We must take those who we can," said Dickey sharply. Trent laid his hand on the little officer's arm. "I am a stranger to you," he said, "but if you have followed some of the latest criminal cases in Illinois, perhaps you know that, using the methods of modern practical psychology, I have been able to get results where old ways have failed. We are front to front now with perhaps the greatest problem of modern criminal catching. To catch, in cases involving a great corporation, not only the little man, low down, who performed the criminal acts, but the man higher up, who conceive or connive at the criminal scheme. Rentland, I did not come here to convict merely a dock foreman. But if we are going to reach anyone higher than that, you must not let Inspector Dickey excite suspicion by prying into matters at the docks this afternoon." "But what else can we do?" said Rentland doubtfully. "Modern practical psychology gives a dozen possible ways for proving the knowledge of the man higher up in this corporation crime," Trent answered, "and I am considering which is the most practicable. Only tell me," he demanded suddenly, "Mr. Welter, I have heard, is one of the rich men of New York who make it a fad to give largely to universities and other institutions. Can you tell me with what ones he may be most closely interested?" "I have heard," Randall replied, "that he is one of the patrons of the Stuyvesant School of Science. It is probably the most fashionably patroned institute in New York, and Walter's name, I knew, figures with it in the newspapers." "Nothing could be better," Trant exclaimed. "Kuno Schmelz has his psychological laboratory there. I see my way now, Randland, and you will hear from me early in the afternoon. But keep away from the docks." He turned and left the astonished customs officers abruptly. Half an hour later, the young psychologist sat in his cart to Professor Schmelz in the laboratory of the Stuyvesant School of Science. The German, broad-faced, spectacled, beaming, himself came to the laboratory door. "Is it Mr. Trent, the young apt pupil of my old friend Dr. Rayland?" He boomed admiringly. "Ah, luck is good to Rayland. For 20 years I, too, have shown them in the laboratory how fear, guilt, every emotion causes in the body reactions which can be measured. But do they apply it? Poof! No. It remains to them all impractical, academic, because I have only nincompoops in my classes." "Professor Schmelz," said Trent, following him into the laboratory and glancing from one to another of the delicate instruments with keen interest, "tell me along what line you are now working." "Ah, I have been working for a year now experimenting with the plethysmograph and the pneumograph. I make a taste, I make a smell, or I make a noise to excite feelings in the subject, and I read by the plethysmograph that the volume of blood in the hand decreases under the emotions and that the pulse quickens, and by the pneumograph I read that the breathing is easier or quicker depending on whether the emotions are pleasant or unpleasant. I have performed this year more than 2,000 of those experiments." "Good. I have a problem in which you can be of very great use to me, and the plethysmograph and the pneumograph will serve my purpose as well as any other instrument in the laboratory. For no matter how hardened a man may be, no matter how impossible it may have become to detect his feelings in his face or bearing, he cannot prevent the volume of blood in his hand from decreasing, and his breathing from becoming different under the influence of emotions of fear or guilt. By the way, Professor, is Mr. Welter familiar with these experiments of yours?" "What he?" cried the stout German. "For why should I tell him about them? He knows nothing. He has bought my time to instruct classes. He has not bought, by Jiminy, everything, even the soul God gave me. But he would be interested in them. To be sure, he would be interested in them. He would bring in his automobile 3 or 4 other fat money-makers, and he would show me off before them. He would make his trained bear, that is me, dance." "Good," cried Trent again, excitedly. "Professor Schmelz, would you be willing to give a little exhibition of the plethysmograph and pneumograph this evening, if possible, and arrange for President Welter to attend it?" The astute German cast on him a quick glance of interrogation. "Why not?" he said. "It makes nothing to me what purpose he will be carrying out. No, by Jiminy, not if it costs me my position of trained bear, because I have confidence in my psychology that it will not make any innocent man suffer. And you will have 2 or 3 scientists present to watch the experiments, and you will allow me to be there also and assist." "With great pleasure. But, Professor Schmelz, you need not introduce me to Mr. Welter, who will think I am one of your assistants." "As you wish about that, pupil of my dear old friend." "Excellent." Trent leaped to his feet. "Provided it is possible to arrange this with Mr. Welter, how soon can you let me know?" "Ah, it is as good as arranged, I tell you. His vanity will arrange it if I assure the greatest publicity. The more publicity, the better. Wait, it shall be fixed before you leave here." The professor led the way into his private study, telephoned to the president of the American Commodities Company, and made the appointment without trouble. A few minutes before 8 o'clock that evening, Trent again mounted rapidly the stone steps to the professor's laboratory. The professor and 2 others, who were bending over a table in the center of the room, turned at his entrance. President Welter had not yet arrived. The young psychologist acknowledged with pleasure the introduction to the 2 scientists with Schmelz. Both of them were known to him by name, and he had been following with interest a series of experiments which the elder Dr. Annerly had been reporting in a psychological journal. Then he turned at once to the apparatus on the table. He was still examining the instruments when the noise of a motor stopping at the door warned him of the arrival of President Walter's party. Then the laboratory door opened and the party appeared. They also were 3 in number, stout men, rather obtrusively dressed, in jovial spirits, with strong faces flushed now with the wine they had taken at dinner. "Well, Professor, what fireworks are you going to show us tonight?" asked Walter, patronizingly. "Schmelch," he explained to his companions, "is the chief ringmaster of this circus." The bearded face of the German grew purple under Walter's jokingly overbearing manner, but he turned to the instruments and began to explain them.